and aggressively monitor corporate adherence thereto. Mr. Yakuba Kamara of Action Mines Guinea presented an overview of the adverse impacts of gold mining in his community, and this was also supplemented by a concise documentary. In his address, he detailed the successful resistance mounted against Anglo Gold Ashanti, a multinational corporation operating in his community. Following persistent complaints and an extended mediation process, a settlement was achieved, resulting in compensation for the environmental and social damages inflicted upon the community. Ms. Abiodun Bayu, Executive Director, Global Rights, elaborated on the 7 core pillars of equitable mining, enumerated as follows: transparent licensing and revenue reporting, enforced community development agreements, CDAs, fiscal accountability, public audits of mining revenues, local employment and skills training, environmental monitoring and remediation funds, gender and youth inclusion in benefit sharing, parliamentary oversight, and civic participation. She further emphasized that fiscal accountability is pivotal to national sovereignty, sustainable development, and the administration of justice, asserting that effective ownership and management of resources demanded rigorous fiscal oversight. She warned that the continuous resource extraction without community benefit can lead to political instability, as seen in our oil-rich states. Ms. Janet Adeyemi, who participated virtually, highlighted a pressing concern regarding revenue data, which is often unreliable and inadequately accounted for, thereby deterring potential investors. She advocated that CSOs prioritize advocacy in this domain. During the breakout session, His Royal Highness Oba Omololu Afilaka Alatorin of Atorin in Jesha noted that his community's development agreement stipulates that positions suitable for indigenous individuals should not be outsourced to foreign personnel. A notable observation was that certain mining companies allocate 1% of their tax obligations towards CDA development initiatives. Also, CDAs are susceptible to elite capture, wherein affected individuals, particularly women impacted by mining operations, were systematically excluded and marginalized, while interactions with mining entities are dominated by elite intermediaries. Community leaders were urged to adopt a more altruistic stance in CDA negotiations, eschewing personal gain in favor of collective welfare. Standardization of CDAs was also recommended to facilitate monitoring and evaluation. Also, CDAs were ought to be drafted in indigenous languages or illustrated with pictorial representations akin to some practices in some Swahili-speaking communities, thereby ensuring accessibility for non-English speakers and those with limited literacy. Emphasis should be placed on public interest litigation. All stakeholders must uphold accountability and assume responsibility without evasion. Also, instead of infrastructural provisions such as boreholes or sanitation facilities, priority should be accorded to initiatives including international scholarships, professional retraining, retooling, and skill enhancement programs tailored for women. Also, inclusion of persons with physical disabilities and representatives from affected communities is imperative in forums addressing these matters. Also, the adoption of less invasive mining methodologies should be considered. Also, government efforts should prioritize education, capacity building, and training programs for communities, as leaders often exploit and capitalize on public ignorance for personal advantage. Also, short-term, intermediate, and long-term action plans should be recommended. Government should also focus on capacity building, education, and training. Challenges encountered. was that the government responded that in some certain ministries, that these initiatives were sponsored or being sponsored by the West. Additionally, there were occasions where when trainings were taken to these communities, the indigents resisted these trainings and they face the risk of violence. Mr. Renato Polino Lanfranchi showed a compelling video depicting the ramifications of mining in Brazil, wherein politicians were invited to partake in meals prepared with contaminated food and water due to mining-induced pollution. He critiqued these occurrences and expounded on the indifference of these politicians in his own community. Ms. Rain Bainey of Women Africa Alliance in Cote d'Ivoire preferred insights from a feminist and Pan-African activist vantage point. She contended that the moment has arrived to foreground the plight of African women disproportionately burdened by mining consequences. She stressed that it was incumbent upon us to cease amplifying the voices that suppress the voices of women. She also highlighted the fact that in certain communities, women require spousal authorization to participate in training sessions, and that colonial imperialist doctrines inherently undermine women's rights. Also, these colonialist and imperialist ideologies do not defend the rights of women. Therefore, women need to know what is at stake so they can take charge of their rights and help understand the ideologies that affect them. Thank you all for listening. I am Christine.
Please, let's appreciate Christian one more time. It was succinct and an amazing recap, really, of what was said, what was done, and we appreciate her for doing a thorough job of it. So we'll get to the next part of our program. If you're wondering about the program, by day 3, you should know that all you need to do is scan the barcode on your tag, and you have it. To our traditional leaders in the house, we greet you. Good morning, says. You're welcome. So we will get to the next talk, which is going to be a 30-minute talk, which will be given by an amazing speaker here, where we'll be looking at, well, gender just energy transition. And it tells us that it's not just about the technology we use, the policies of government, or the market that we have, but how we can see that this energy transition or this mineral transition, green mining that we're looking at, can benefit both women and men. I mean, women and men can enjoy the benefit and burden if there is any. We hope not too much of it. And to speak to that, our speaker is founder, Center for Gender Economics in Africa, CGE Africa, Uchenna Idoko. Please appreciate our speaker. Uchenna is an economist, gender advocate, and development practitioner with over 2 decades of experience promoting gender equality and inclusive growth throughout West Africa. She is the founder of the Center for Gender Economics in Africa. She serves as principal consultant at Gender Metrics NG, where she leads initiative on gender mainstreaming in macroeconomic policies, sustainable development, energy transitions, and women leadership in key economic sectors. She's collaborated with government agencies, UN organizations, and international groups to develop training programs, evaluate policies, and support advocacy efforts. She is recognized as a thought leader. Uchenna is dedicated to advancing gender, economic justice, and sustainable development. Well, seeing that she joins us virtually, I was scanning the room. Oh, I was wondering, I didn't see anybody move. You're presenting from there. Okay, amazing. So our speaker will be presenting from there. Please appreciate and put your hands together for her.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, our royal fathers, my distinguished delegates. Please, can I have the pulpit? Oh, thank you so much. So this morning we'll be looking at a topic, a gender just energy transition. I just hope at the end of today, this will serve as a bit of a roadmap to us having a gender just energy transition in our region. So this is going to be my contribution. Okay, so let's get started. First of all, we know that the world is shifting to clean energy. We have solar, wind, hydro, and then the transition minerals. We've been speaking since day one, day two, about a whole lot of it. So I wouldn't want to reinvent wheel. I will move on with the paper. And West Africa sits on the heart of this shift. Lithium, cobalt, manganese. And then the big question, okay, let me use that one, right, thank you. The big question that the paper will be asking this morning is, who will benefit and who will bear the burden? Will it be equal benefit if you do benefit? And is it going to be equal burden bearing if we do that? That's among the recognized gender in our region. Men and women, boys and girls. Next slide. We all agree there's no homogeneous community. In every community, you have male, you have female, you have women, boys, girls. We don't have those communities where you have only men, or any communities where you have only women. If you know one, please, you can raise your hand. I think we don't. So we're going to be looking at what are the experience of men and women in our mining communities. And I also want to establish that before our communities became mining communities, they were first communities. Yeah, so everybody's life within the community is different. Our experiences are different. The roles we play, the resources we manage, our voices, a lot of intersectionalities exist in communities. When we look at the roles we play, especially in our mining communities, you will agree with me that the men dominate the paid labor much more than the women. Even the involvement of communities in mining or in both the informal, what we call illegal, or the commercial mining, women are always seen in the lower value chain, where they serve as washers, carriers, and all that. That's if they do get involved. And women in those communities get involved in the unpaid care work, what we call unpaid care work. They're not paid to care for their children. They're not paid to, bear babies for like 9 months in your tummy and then give birth. They are not paid to take care of the aging community. They are not paid to take care of children, family members that are living with disability. So women carry out unpaid care work while men dominate the wage and the paid labor. Another one within that is that within our roles is that men dominate leadership in the community. If I will be candid enough, I can say, okay, 75%, and then women 25%. We remember day one when we came in, when we had our royal fathers. I didn't see any royal mother on the stage. So that will show you what the communities look like when it comes to leadership. So basic, we're trying to build the foundation to our discussion this morning. Another, when it comes to resources, men control the land and credit. I want to give an example in Nigeria. I don't know exactly what is obtainable in all other West African countries here available, whether we have similar dynamics. In Nigeria, in the southeast where I come from, we don't inherit land at all. Okay, so I have watched my grandparents die. No land was given to the females in the family. I've watched my parents, both of my parents are late now, and they're elites. Okay, so my dad died as a retired judge, and my mom was a retired principal before she died. And we didn't get no piece of land, but our brothers got. So you don't inherit land where I come from. Same thing for some other parts of the country. But I know that in the south, southwest, you have a bit of a rise of women inheriting properties in their communities. The best scenario is in the northern part of Nigeria, where you have women get land both in their matrilineal and their patrilineal lines. But still, there's disparity because from the Sharia law, you have like 2-to-1 ratio. When your brothers will get 2 portions, you will get 1. But in Nigeria, we have a cliche that says, at all, not bad. So at least in the north, my sisters get land. So, and land, we know, is credit. Land is your access to credit. If I want to borrow money in any bank today, I won't be able to borrow that because I don't have land or I don't have collateral. And that's why you see every solution, I don't know if I'm moving ahead of myself, but every solution will say group women, bring women as a group so that they can be each other's collateral. But a man can go alone, but bring women. So, so this, when it comes to land and credit, this is one of the things that we also see that exist in our communities. Same thing when you come to voices. Some of the cares that women have are easy looked, even before our communities became mining communities. Concerns of maternal health, concerns of safe cooking, our parents, our great-grandparents, cooked with firewood. What we didn't even know it had damaging effect. Even till now, you have people saying, I love jollof rice that is cooked with firewood more than the ones that are cooked in the other kind of appliances. And so some of our ancestors died not even knowing what killed them. Okay? There are also intersectionalities in our communities. You find out that you have issues around races, who is a freeborn, who is a slave, people with disability, persons that is rich versus the ones that are poor, the young versus the ones that are old, religion, marital status, and even education. All of those intersectionalities also matter when it comes to the politics and the economics of our communities. Next slide. Okay, so why gender justice matters? When it comes to displacement and land laws that happens when mining starts, everybody has their own different experiences. I know we are households. We're not trying to divide households, but everybody within the household have diverse experiences. The men bear the brunt because they're the protectors. They're the ones who protect the community. So if you look at some of the documentaries we've seen, see that some of the men were shot. We've not heard about a woman being shot. So they also have those issues. But when displacement happens, women also lose a lot of privacy. We go through our monthly periods and it's supposed to be in privacy. It's now in the open, and sometimes we run without our tissues or our sanitary towels. Same thing happens also when we're running pregnant. So babies can be lost when communities are displaced. When we're running with babies. Babies can also be sick when, communities are displaced from mining. So everybody has a lot of those displacement experience. In mining communities, we know that they experience a lot of gender-based violence. Women's bodies are objectified. Even the intruders from other communities, illegal miners, you leave a lot of, some communities, you will see children that are supposed to, they already have cars, they're not from that communities because intruders came in and, of course, violated the women or violates the women. So that's gender-based violence, there's health risk from pollution. And this really affects a lot of women so much. So you have unsafe pregnancies in these mining communities. You have unsafe playgrounds. By all this digging, some of these holes become death traps for children to play in. You have unsafe cities, from this. So all of these burdens are borne doubly by women because whatever unsafety that happens, they are the caregivers. It will still be on their shoulders to take care of men when they are shot, take care of their parents when they run, take care of the younger ones and all that. Next slide, please. So there's economic issues. There is health, exposure to toxins, we've spoken about it. There are issues around social and still voice. Next, please. So principles of gender just energy transition is centered around 4 basic things: participation, equity, protection, accountability. So with all that we've discussed so far, before we get into recommendations and solutions, we are seeing that everybody's voice should matter. So we plead that as we draw up CDAs, as we draw up, we go into negotiations, let women also shape decisions. There's need for benefit. It has to be shared, equally. Let both young, old, men and women be factored in. When it comes to protection, let's put safeguards that will serve not just communities, but will also protect our girls and our women from being victims of rape, being victims of gender-based violence. And also transparency when we come to accountability. Next slide, please. So now we agreed that we have transition minerals, and it's been discovered in a lot of communities in West Africa. And very soon there will be rush to by all kinds of multinationals to start mining them. We need to prepare ahead of time, and what will be in our acts that will support these acts this morning around gender just transition. What kind of products should we ask for? And I put it in 2 headings. Some of the products should be health focused. Some of these products should be around economic empowerment, and this will serve especially the most vulnerable. Next slide, please. So the health focused solutions are, for example, around cooking. We should please know that these transition minerals, of course, the products, the batteries, all that we produce with this what we're going with the minerals should, let's begin to factor in things like the clean cooking stove, induction cookers that can help reduce indoor air pollution. Let's look at how unsafe it's been to give birth. And then it's possible now to have safe delivery with reliable light system in the communities. Solar fridges, where vaccines, blood, medicine for maternal care. Imagine a woman in some of the communities that even the road has been destroyed. I don't know why labor always starts middle of the night. Even most of my kids were middle of the night. And they're moving them from these communities. But these things can be stored in the health centers that are positioned in the communities, built and mandatorily built by this construction company, negotiated ahead of time. And so we're saying that solar fridges coming that can have vaccines, blood, medicine for maternal health. There's also need for solar oxygen concentrators, which usually life-saving for mothers and newborn. And these oxygens are always not available, always not available. Nobody should die giving life in these communities. Already, our country is already importing and reconstructing and building e-mobility, e-vehicles, both the two-wheelers and the three-wheelers. Let's also begin to ask for e-mobility ambulances and motorbikes that can move women from these communities to hospitals in town if there are need, emergencies. Solar water pumps should be provided for agri, for even drinking in these communities. Next slide, please. I also talked about economic empowerment focused products. There are energy efficient agro-processing machines. For example, you have rice mills, cassava graters. These communities were farming way before these minerals were discovered. So agri should happen side by side with mining, and therefore empower them with energy efficient agro-processing machines. There are mini grids and solar home system. These can expand energy access for women-led SMEs and even men-led SMEs in agro-processing and services. There's energy efficient machines, there's solar dryers and cold storage. There's e-mobility, trade and logistics, and there is digital ICT tools powered by renewable energy. Next slide, please. Time is going. Pathways for inclusion. So we're getting to a lot of the recommendation. Link gender justice with climate justice. There's need for data like we talked about yesterday. There's need to do some level of gender audit of the mining policies in our region, in our communities. They need to be audited and be sure that they are speaking for equity and equality. There's need to look at finance. The side breakout session I attended, we talked about the need for sectorial synergies, not leaving everything for the Ministry of Mine or Ministry of Minerals. Need to draw in from the budget from health, budget in education, budget in agri, budget from Ministry of Environment, budget from Ministry of Women Affairs. There is need to look at to some level of gender responsive budgeting in mining, to look for budget that can serve communities within all these sectors and not only in the Ministry of Mines and Minerals. There's also need for practices to begin to change. So when we're asking for climate justice, let's also make this act. There's also need to promote women's participation in leadership, including energy value chains. If they need to be trained, we train them. If we need to empower, if there is need for affirmative action, some level of quota system should happen as we negotiate. It's also good to build partnership and ensure women in host communities are not left behind. Next slide, please. So I try to have recommendations for different stakeholders when it comes to having a gender-just energy transition. For the mining host communities, I said demand inclusion of women in negotiation and benefit sharing. We have this cliche that says nothing about us without us. It's always good to let the women speak for themselves. My grandmothers didn't speak for themselves. Our mothers also didn't speak for themselves. And I think it's time we begin to speak for ourselves. So we shouldn't gather and speak for women. There's also need to establish women-led cooperatives for energy and mineral value chains. I'm also, with all the respect in my heart, pleading with our traditional leaders to please champion women's voices in community forums, support cultural shift against gender-based exclusion. When we meet in our communities, let's look out for women, that are titled women who can understand these discussions, and please, let's try to pull them along. For civil society, it's time to monitor more. We're doing a good job, but let's monitor for compliance with gender commitments. What are the commitments for male? What are the commitments for women? Like I usually say, once you begin to look for this different, what is in it for women, corruption goes. But as long as there's an open check, it's just like our household. In our household, if we keep saying, please take this 10,000 and buy things for Christmas for the children, I can say I bought and I withhold 5,000. But when you say buy for firstborn, buy for secondborn, buy for Emeka, buy for Emmanuel, buy for Ahmed, buy for Fatima, you have that money now have tax. And so when I want to monitor, I will now look for who, and even by the time that Fatima knows this is the money for her, she will follow her own money. So you find out that you unpacked any kind of funds that is dedicated to that. So it's important that civil society should monitor compliance with gender commitment. It's also for them to provide advocacy and legal aid for women's rights. You're already doing that, just to do more, or sustain what is being done. For regulatory agencies, mandate gender impact assessment for mining and energy projects, enforce anti-harassment and labor protection standards. And then for policymakers in the room, mainstream gender in mining and energy laws. That's what I meant from the beginning. Do some level of gender audit and be sure of what is provided and what needs to be provided. Allocate budget for women-focused energy programs. A lot is being discussed now in the energy sector. A lot is being discussed. Are we looking at what is in it for both gender? Allocate budget. Minors ensure women's participation in community development plans, adopt gender-sensitive corporate social responsibility. Development partners fund maternal energy, transition products, support regional women advocacy networks. And the media here present amplify women's voices and stories in mining and energy transition debate. Sometimes when we have done all that we need to do, bring the human angle stories, and that's why the documentaries are doing a lot of good, but we need to do more. Promote public awareness on gender justice in energy and mining, hold policymakers and companies accountable for gender commitment, provide balanced reporting. I think it's going to be the last slide, please. Time. So just transition is not about carbon. It's about people, equity, and dignity. Women in host communities must now benefit, not suffer from the green shift. Together, West Africa can lead a gender-just model of energy transition. The last slide. My closing quote is, the energy transition will only be just if it uplifts the people, especially women, whose land, labor, and life sustain. Thank you very much.
Please, let's appreciate her one more time. You know, when you were talking about time and next slide, I was looking at the time. I'm like, oh, there's still 5 minutes, but you gave us extra time to spare. So thank you very, very much for that. And the call is to see that women are brought to the table. When we're making that conversation or having that conversation, I beg your pardon, and making those decisions, it's important to bring women in there, whether it's for the benefit or shared responsibility. Women want to be there. I don't know about traditional mothers yet, Sha, but just bring women. Our traditional fathers, please include women. I think that's all in summary. Thank you very much, ma'am, for that. And to just continue on this trajectory, looking at the role of women, the impact of this on women, we're going to see a documentary that will be coming up pretty soon. I saw some people talking there. Do you have any question for our speaker? You have. All right, we have 5 minutes before the documentary comes up. I will take the questions. All right, so we'll start from the gentleman there. The way he said the yes, I want to believe is a serious, important question.
Good morning, delegate. My name is Joseph Gadiwea, member of the Mining Federation. Our presenter, let me greet you especially. Thank you for the wonderful paper. Why I'm standing is to equally sympathize with you because you started with a very wonderful statement that is not, no society is homogeneous, to lay the foundation for your wonderful paper, and that I appreciate. And you went further to tell us why I'm standing. I want to maybe draw attention to something that happened in 2014. You talked about the inheritance of the Southeast female children. But I think that has been addressed, just to put it in context. Yes, Supreme Court has addressed that abnormality. The 2024, UKG versus UKG, it was a ruling by Justice Vivo. It clearly stated that the Igbo customary court, which over the years has excluded the female children from inheriting their father's estates, in fact, is unconstitutional, null and void. So please take note of that. Now, having said that, moving forward now, having established that, maybe we have to now start raising awareness about that first. Then in the course of your presentation, 2 other important things came up. I will just highlight it. One is the issue of the empowerment and pathways to. I saw a lot of suggestions by you using digital solutions. The first thing that came to my mind, I said, most of these are women that are into these mining things are not really literate. So how did they key into some of these digital solutions you highlighted? So I think it goes back again to the advocacy of all these NGOs, women groups. You know, we are the head, yes. It is God that made us to be the head, but always support you. So if you come up with brilliant ideas, I think we'll always be at your back. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. I saw a second hand up. All right, our traditional leader in front.
Madam, I'm very, very grateful for all you have taught us this morning. In fact, I'm a member of the UN Women Organization in Nigeria. I'm also a member of WACO in Nigeria. We protect the interests of women. And I'm very, very happy that you have narrated most of the problems women are facing in some parts of the country. Like me, in 2022, when I did my FARA, sometimes they say women, they don't give them chieftaincy. But I was able to give not less than 15 women chieftaincy. Secondly, in Igbo land, it is even a taboo for a woman to inherit her father's property. But I am the one who came and destroyed that. Women now can share from their father's property. Secondly, the issue of FGM. I've enacted law in my community that anybody it's involved in that FGM will be given a fine of 100,000 naira.
Okay.
Then finally, we have given women a very full opportunity to be in governance in my community. For instance, a woman is now a vice president general in my community.
Okay.
So we are making everything humanly possible to make sure that the women benefits in everything that we are doing in our community.
Thank you very much, sir.
God bless you.
Thank you, sir. And we want to hear more of those stories. We can only take one more, the lady there, because we need to get to the next element of our program, which is a documentary.
Thank you.
We're sorry about that. I don't think I even saw you. I didn't see your hand raised. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can we save the question for later? Just go ahead, ma'am.
So I'll be very brief so that
Okay.
we can give others the opportunity to speak. Good morning, everyone. My name is Felicia Jairo, and I really want to commend our beautiful presenter for sharing your beautiful thoughts on all of this. My question is very simple and similar to the first person that asked the question, and is on sustainability. A lot of times when you go to these communities, you find out that most initiatives, for instance, even as small as the handheld borehole, is always, if an organization or a company goes to sink a borehole, if you go there a year after, you see that it's no longer working or functioning. Now, because most of them are not familiar with some of these initiatives, you mentioned the solar pump, which is a very beautiful initiative. How then do we ensure the sustainability of this project? That you go there this year, you sink a borehole for a community, and then you want to go back in the next 5 years to see that it's still functioning. How do we ensure this sustainability? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for keeping it short. So that we don't aggrieve the gentleman who asked. Sir, please keep it short. CSR in action already waiting online to tell us about their documentary.
Thank you so much. I'm Omo Iswaiko, Coordinator, Peace Point Development Foundation. I think when we talk of gender justice, the ethics in Cross River State has a template that has worked for years. I want to tell you, though I'm married from there, I want to tell you that currently women are leaders in that communities. We go to Idundu community, a woman is a clan head. If you go to Akaifa, a woman is a clan head. Last 2 weeks, we want to center a project in a Srebum community where a woman is the village head. This is a community that when you talk of a Calabar and they tell you Calabar South, that is where you'll say, oh, the ethics are bad. That is where the home of the criminals are. But today, that woman has been able to hold the community that, in fact, people can now take it as a home. So it's a template that people should also want to come and learn. Women have a lot. When you go to the northern part of Cross River State, where we have money marriage, what we are talking about is money marriage. You have a pregnant woman, you go and loan money. When this woman born, the person can now come and take the child in place of the loan that you have collected. It has been able to be eliminated as at this time. So there are a lot of good cases out there that one can learn from. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that with us. I'm afraid we can't take any more comments, but good to know that the narrative is changing in different parts of the country. We need to move to the next one. I'm sure you get time to respond later. All right, so we have to move on to a documentary. It's a 30-minute documentary, Earth Women, done by CSR in Action. They will speak to the documentary a bit, tell us about it, and then we'll get to watch the documentary and seeing the profound effects that, you know, some decisions, policies, environmental issues can have if women are not brought to the table or if women are neglected altogether. But I would let them speak to it. They'll do a better job of it. So CSR in Action. You've got 50 minutes, which includes the time for the documentary, which I learned is about 30 minutes long. So, well, please tell us about the documentary. If you're online, your time starts now. $90 No, not 90 minutes, please. 50 minutes.
No, dagan we boko. I don't second. No, about dagan. Is there something that I doesn't want to remember?
The Nigerian extractive industries is very critical to Nigeria as a country because, for instance, the oil and gas industry is responsible for over 70% of our revenue as a government.
There is the availability of the crude oil, mineral resources, oil and gas actually, and the processes, in the first place, the processes of exploring for where oil is in commercial quantities, the seismic operation, blasting, all that stuff, and then you look at how the people are part of this process.
There's a lot of conflict in the regions that these minerals come from, and these rural people, as they're called host communities in oil and gas, face a lot of challenges as a result of the insurgents of businesses into those communities.
Some of the long-time realities of the Niger Delta environment, lamentations of neglect from
spill has destroyed everything, and we bear the brunt.
Whether it's water, whether it's oil, whether it's gas, as long as extraction means you are bringing something from below the surface of the earth, you are bringing it up maybe through a mechanical method or whatever, or through even manual method, but to bring that thing up. And that process always have a kind of impact generally on women.
Ke bo ake ke bradire yedi le ero yezazaru eso edi. Life was enjoyable to me because I've not gotten other life more better than me than that time. Everywhere we are free. You move at will. You travel at will. So life we are just as if we were in heaven. We don't know that there is problem. Eba ero phone vanua go pere delay, but now no na pere dinale. Eso e phone category. When the thing change and all these things become scarce, is when these oil spillages started. Women use palm produce as source of income. Women use palm produce as food for the family here. Women feed the family because we are farmers. We are the users of this land. So since we can no longer use this land, where we get our income, where we get our food, we are highly affected.
Tano araba ninda furumbo odi. Ze anwenda fobo odia abe bo edwa bo dowa. Ele ti abo odi todu no she mu na boken. No she la to ovitendo ze ka bo odi na kora ka edwen fo ba sime akuta bo to ka no yage ngbage fu na epo mfunage. Tem de fo no ivu de nyem fo ba le agbo na bia na yan ni alo oneba nge fo gudban.
Lotani ana lotani to embe didin eniduzu eke bam yado. Nera ye talk and we pabia lana especially baby koraka pabia banala ye no e bana abobo ne tanaka anam komendu memka ye talk and na tema bu pami school e tan be nu e bo na e no e bo e because some system orani ero bo bura bo ba o ba ye pege ai bo na ma be bu school o tan be no ye e ya nera ye la ka e ne ade.
Women traditionally do not have access to land. They don't own land titles except land that they buy. So they get farmlands from their fathers or their husbands. So when such farmlands happen to be where there is oil, it's taken away. The woman that was farming on that plot of land is not recognized because it's not her land. It is only the people who own the land titles that are recognized. So in few cases where compensation is paid, negotiation is with family heads and possibly the community leaders. And then how does that translate to availability of food? Over 60 years down the line, what has been the impact? There have been changes in the harvest of farmers because the entire land has been polluted through oil spill, through laying of the pipelines, through all the activities that are related to oil and gas.
When you visit a person and they gift you some fish, they don't actually expect you to eat the fish because the fish is actually polluted with fuel.
Do you know the method they are using now for the coal fire is polluting the sea even more than when the oil company was there? The oil company maybe pour this in a tank, but they are now pouring in the land. They are now pouring it in the sea, the remnants. And if you get to the, as we are talking of pollution now, getting to the sea now, when we have stopped Shell or companies activity from most areas, you get to the seashore now, you get days of this crude that have subdued the natural muffler land. And the natural muffler land you will see now is only cake of crude.
when the river has been that polluted, and I say it is irretrievable, it cannot be remediated in the short term. Even the issues of the environmental pollution that occurred in Ogoni, UNEP stated that for it to come back to its pre-pollution state, it will take 50 years of continuous remediation activities. The women there, they cannot go to farm. And because they are mainly farmers, their source of economic empowerment is gone. They cannot have access to the farms to plant and sell their crops, to earn money to take care of themselves and their families and their children.
And a day in a to, Koyege Muebe Bumina, why Namagadi. Danny Nye Kobe no share low nine, no one boa bodo, baby, no near the man, Memu, but when Namamu Gadi. They would do, both were better to negate that way, Dejan. Then that day, Janlo. Daya Situaton Zevi. Danny Nye Kona no share. Mina Davina eyes, and call me to the Janlo, me, Nyane Battons, and I say, and Dabe nine say. So that Davina Kona Muadin, Dobaki, the Aniel and Name Mugadi, it would then no one woke could bad the neighbor, de Zira. No one booking now, but a giant diary taiba, a block and dinake. Ni Mina Bezabi. Because doctor kona no na en bako bu no me we kora me ni no share abo ake tu bie o tu ne abo to de zira assistant e bo didi elo e bo za tu be ti sabo ne abo uta so ndani nye ka be e la na ba do ko ne didum ne vu ka mi to abo ki bu ura dan ba vu ka mi ne o e be angbo na bala de jan ne be na bala si school to be danyi me de la na age.
Bobe takoi ngbo a odu mune dito ngbo kone ko ke imudo ma no ba daga we boko alo zakan ne no ba daga so bobe bo ake bo erara nge ko ke tamu adoma ko be bira be da to kan mangi gas abu abana bu konen dike ya mbana bobe bravo nyima ke basere atoko abe ko akmuto bo ponis ne ba e ba ke tenene ba ko ba do ke sing ama ba ko fa ama ki makpo e lo dunki nyima be balina so se balilo in o can do it. Bembe mona. Lotani de apa na orutam.
We live in an environment where really there is no autopsies are not being carried out as when death occurs, as we see in civilized society, where for every death that occurs, an autopsy is actually conducted to know the cause of death with a view to mitigating it in the future and to see that those that are living do not die of similar preventable causes of death, like the environmental pollutions that occur on a daily basis.
A colleague will say that in Ogoni, people just die. You can see more posters about obituaries in Ogoni, and it is the same thing in other parts of the Niger Delta. Right now, the UN said the life expectancy is at 47 years. That is low. So we breathe in polluted air. We eat polluted food. We drink polluted water.
We started experiencing type of sickness and occurrence that have not been in existence before our time, before this time. We've not hearing of breast cancer before this time. We've not hearing of hypertension, all these things before this time. We've not hearing of early menopause before this time. It was in a very scarce pattern, if it exists.
The thing with our work is that it's not, even though it's very high level, because we like to address institutional challenges and we like to provide structural systemic changes to them, is that we make sure that we go into the communities to do our research. We don't sit at the desk. We try to go in and to understand the challenges that these people actually face. So, for instance, one of the survival stories that touched me recently was one of a young lady who had suffered extreme violence in the hands of her partner.
I got married in the year 2013, and I was passing through a lot which I did not expect. My husband used to beat me every day. This whole of it thing started after 3 years. And after beating me at times, he also asks of sex, which in that process I do not have the mind to do it. And he will still beat me again. People were starting saying that I did not conceive for him. That was the reason why he's beating me every day. But the problem was not coming from one angle. I couldn't conceive for him, and him too, his job was not coming as it was before. Because when there was bunkering here, jobs were everywhere, and they were calling him all the time. So when they stopped the bunkering, people were not having the money to call him to come and do job for them. So all those things were like provoking him, plus the child I couldn't conceive for him. So the thing was getting worse every day. One early morning, I opened my eyes and I saw him with a knife. And I asked him, why are you holding knife? He says that he can kill me. Assuming that he killed me when I was sleeping, what can I say? And I asked him, what happened? But we were not quarreling last night. He said that he had the right to kill me because he had paid my bride price. I was kneeling down, begging him. In my heart, I was praying. I was praying in my heart, and he finally calmed down. And after then, he kept the knife, and I was like, let me go outside. And he started beating me again. Till this thing started from 5 in the morning, and he stopped the beating 4 in the evening. I decided that very day that instead I lose my life, let me go.
It so turned out that as a result of the pollution within the environment, they had challenges with conception. And obviously in the society that we live in, he blames the woman for the challenge.
Although I was not having any relationship, after when I left my husband for like 2 years, and I decided that let me carry on with my life. A new beginning. And I met a man. I tell him my story. And he accepted me. I started a new life with this man. When I opened up my story to him, he decided to help me. And after 2 months, I got pregnant for him, and I have my baby now. which I was accused of.
A research was conducted at the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital to look at the spermatozoas of male that are resident in Port Harcourt, and it was found out that most of the male residents in Port Harcourt have structural abnormalities of their spermatozoa. Simply put, they cannot impregnate their wives. Unfortunately, we live in a society where infertility is always blamed as on the woman as being responsible. But issues of infertility is 50% women, 50% males. So the subject we're talking about, when she left her previous marriage and got married to another person, she got pregnant. Okay, but if she was in the pregnancy, in that marriage before, she would have been depressed, psychologically drained, because her in-laws would have seen her as someone that is barren. They would have accused her of, conducting abortions and lived an irresponsible lifestyle before she got married. Not apportioning any blame whatsoever to the males, to her husband.
So you are married right now?
No.
You're not with that same man anymore?
Yes. In my place, we cannot get married until we refund what the husband have paid. I have not refunded my husband.
Your first husband's bride price?
Yes.
Women in society are critical. I mean, what society functions well without the children? No matter what we say in terms of equality, women birth children and women primarily look after children.
Children are just moving as they like. No control. If you don't have money, nobody should tell you that you don't have money. In this present society, you can control your children 100%. You can't control them because they are mingling up with people outside.
The young girls either are lured into sex work by the oil business because it's like follow the money. The staff of the oil companies have the money. So you have young girls in communities getting pregnant and having babies. And in most cases, the fathers have left the region because these fathers are staff of oil corporations that just came to work for a period of time. So they leave and the burden goes back to the family, specifically the mothers, because the mothers want to support their daughters.
Even most of the children they came here to take as house help, they went and used them for ritual. Agree? Parents are thinking the child is living somewhere. But the person, the place they take the child to, they have made transfer from themselves from that place, and you came for a local woman to get that child.
I have encountered little children saying that I want to be a militant because they are powerful, people respect them, people don't toy with them, and they are rich. That is dangerous for a society.
If the children have now having idea of bunkering, how they can produce crude, how they can produce fuel, gas, why can't government organize them into a company that can develop, and then people will now build their knowledge? They can even be, that is the area of the empowerment they now give them, so that it will now boom the society in a right direction that will not be a way to death. Because what they are doing now is a way to death.
Women should actually take the lead. Women should take the lead because women have been so directly impacted that they can easily define the changes that they want. Women should begin to be part of decision making, not just in numbers.
You find out that the issue of gender impact assessment is not very, very important in mining or extractive sector or any of the sectors. When you are doing any analysis, people want to see what's the impact on the gender, good governance, how do you intend to structure? So until we learn to take all these things serious, I think we're not going anywhere.
In Rivers State, for instance, all the deputy local government vice chairpersons are female. But how does that translate to changes? There is also a policy by the governor that a certain percentage of the ward councillors should be women. I think we have not less than 3 in each local government. That should also be translated to power, not just the women being there physically. So if we take it off from there, having women in community development committees, and then we intensify women organizing, which is what my organization, Quebec Kase, is doing, building women's political power and economic power. Definitely there will be changes.
The truth is, it's not that the fault is from any one entity. It's not primarily the government. It's not primarily the business sector. It's not primarily the community persons, although you would have to hold government responsible because, I mean, they're supposed to look after us. But the truth is that all parties need to get involved to solve this problem. And we're hoping that all of the communication that we're doing around this, all of the different engagements across different geographies will help everyone to have a clearer understanding as to the potential for either disaster or success through host community engagement. Through the work that we and all the other concerned people do, that the general populace in Nigeria starts to understand that this problem is not just a Niger Delta problem. This problem is not just a problem in the north. It's actually a Nigerian problem because for as long as there's conflict, that is unrest and unhappiness leading to kidnapping, leading to wars, in these regions with mineral resources, there will continue to be economic challenges with the country in general.
When I went to Jos, I went to Rayfield, I busted into tears when I saw the humanity of man against a fellow human being. The women were mining tin. And you will see, you know the climate in Jos can be extremely hot and can be extremely cold. No shrubs, no vegetation. These women simply just put their baby by the side and they were busy mining. And at the end of the day, when I interrogated them, what they collected, by the time they take it to the tin shed, the men, take advantage over them, buy it from them at extremely cheap rates. I just said, I will be your voice. I will fight for you.
All the campaigns and advocacy for women participation in decision making, inclusive governance. If there is no document to back it up, it will be difficult to implement. To me, as a development person and as a gender activist, I believe civil society has done a lot of work to empower the people to speak up and engage. And I think going forward with that can create a way out.
Two things we are looking for in the mining sector: gender and sustainability. So any organization that doesn't have that, or any company at any level, is no mining.
You need that pressure proof, you understand, to be able to come together as a voice, to make your pitch louder in a sector that has been stereotyped as a male-dominated sector.
We've never had a platform before that engages government, that engages businesses, that brings the community together into a room to have these conversations. I think it's very, very, very interesting that we've been able to do this, and I really look forward to us continuing this work in driving structural change within the different institutions that we work with.
Fight this as a collective. It is not just about one person. It's not just about policy. It's about changing the way we think. It's about inclusion.
Have people been asked, have the community persons been asked how they feel about these laws that would affect them directly?
The fertilizer, they not supply you. About speaking,
lo ne vurasu de lo digba. Atunle basanye sele ibo na ziga koki yado. Kola be no be chosi be do be ol na bari na ziga ko ki ado. Ana ko eji mfefe lo ne mvurasu de lo.
To see the end credit also. I always love to see the people who put their money, their time, their effort, their creativity to work. I do that in the cinema and at home. And I caught Ego Boyo. I don't know who remembers Checkmate. Yeah, from Checkmate. So she was one of those pretty faces from Checkmate of back in the day. And I see that she's the producer of this documentary and quite a number of other brilliant people who put their effort together, telling the stories of these women. And I was listening there and I was hearing all the sighs and mournings that was coming from the hall because of the stories these women were sharing. I mean, we went from a case of gender-based violence, which for the life of me, sometimes I really don't understand how you stay put, but I can understand that for some women who are not economically empowered, perhaps not even educated, but even cases, I do a radio show where even women who are well educated and at the top of their career still suffer from gender-based violence. So that story for me was profound. We have their health challenges that they are dealing with, the issues of, rape, prostitutions, cultural, systemic oppression that we see told in that story. But I'm glad I didn't just end at only the lamentation. We're seeing a possibility for change. I mean, some of the success story that can come out of it where women can resist and know that, no, I can't continue this way. I can do better. Pushing for change. It's the kind of future, hopefully, where things will get better, but women need to be involved and the men also need to help out here. So once again, please let's appreciate them for that detailed documentary. Quite profound. I was hoping that they were going to give a talk. All right, since they're not there, they want to hear feedback from the hall. Okay, so we have seen a 30 minutes document. Aha. My eyes will be on this side of the hall. I don't want to hear anybody was hidden behind the pillar and I didn't see. So I see a gentleman's hand up there. All right, so we'll start with you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abubakar. This is a very, very tragic story. It's quite touching because whatever touches the nose will definitely affect the eyes. I'm very wondering, in this documentary, where is the role of security? Where are the securities in that community? Do they even have security in that community? Where are the traditional leaders? Because if they really have a good leadership, I think as much as possible, these issues are going to be tackled. So, and for the quite 2 days we've been speaking, about how we can be able to check the structure of mining in Nigeria, we need to intensify and be very much aware of security. It's very important. We've not mentioned anything regardless as security, because mining cannot take place in Nigeria with insurgents. Security is very important and is very paramount. I think we should take note of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have a lady here also with her hands up. We'll get to this side of the hall, I promise you.
Good morning, esteemed delegates. My name is Jemima Ware from Plateau State. I've been with you for the past 2 days, and I'm really grateful for the enlightenment I've received. This is my first time here. My concern was after watching this documentary, it just highlights what is in our communities, what has been there. Mining is just an aspect to how women have been put aside, set aside, and even abused in trying to fight for what they believe in, trying to survive, trying to protect their kids. And I believe that in as much as we're looking to the companies to do something, the government to do something, and the community leaders to also step up and do something, the men are our first protectors. That is why we have fathers as heads of the families. And that's why we have men going to wars. And if the men don't have the conscience or have not been sensitized to put women first, to take care of their kids, and we now have issues of abuse, violence in any way, taking advantage of, who are these women actually doing these things for? The women nurture, the women protect, the women add value to what a man provides, what he gives. And we don't need to focus on what the government is doing or what security is being provided for when we need to speak to ourselves. In as much as we wish and we hope to empower women in mining and also how they can take care of themselves through entrepreneurship skills, education, educate them one way or the other, improving their businesses, we should educate the men, sensitize them on the value that this will add to them and their communities, so that we won't be having issues of progress, one step forward, two steps backward, because of everyday life.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll go to the other half of the hall.
Thank you so much for this powerful video. And still getting additional. And I actually focus on next step solution. So for me, I want to propose something that I've worked for other intervention. I remember when we had issues around HIV in Nigeria, you know, the trajectory began to rise until 2001, when a video documentary was done like this. And then our former president was in that meeting. And that was Obasanjo. So he saw that video and he made an announcement. He said, we are not powerless in the face of the epidemic. And that was why NECA systemic multi-stakeholder started. And we saw the change. So what I'm saying is that responding to issues requires systems. It's a sociological approach, the family system. But if you are able to take over the system, easily other factors will do what? Will fall in line. So I really wish, and you know why I'm sometimes worried? I don't talk much because I don't talk to air. Do we have the government in this room? They are not here. Do we have people who have power? That echelon of power to really effect what we desire? They are not here. So how do we take this to them? So I'm just proposing. I'll go back to the advantage we have, technology. So can we please, I also request, if after this meeting, Global Rights can share on some of this documentary. One, we will leverage on our influence. Some of us have very strong social media presence. And when we tag them, tag their essays, these things get to them. So we can use that, you know, to get to them. That's one. Two, can we I know Global has been doing a lot. What strategy can we use again? Can we subtly also take this further? You know, currently most of them are the UNGA. That's where they are. Is there a place we can also create platform where they are to present these human interest stories to them? That when they see it, they will know that this thing is actually real. Because sometimes we talk, I don't know if I'm getting my point. So those are some of my take home that at least today's the last day. Let's start planning around doing that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. The documentary I just watched now is actually a tragic. But why I'm saddened I'm hot because all these years we have been talking about government. Because from the documentary you can see it's revolved around principal actors, government, traditional rulers, security, and the rest. In the course of the documentary, there was a woman that was a victim, but the next day, a policeman also was around to arrest her because she. Now, what I'm saying, since the government of Nigeria is not serious, this Gokana, if you remember, Gokana is Ogoni land. There was money budgeted for the cleaning of this land. Nothing was done. Now, to bribe these people, just 3 days ago, are you aware that 4 of the elders of Ogoni were honored? Well, remember, those ones are late. But this present government, just to enable them have access to those mining, those oil mining, those oil wells that have been shut down. So what are we saying? These are the questions. I don't know again where we are going, where we are supposed to cry to again. This will come government. Some of us are the government, cadastral office, government, go here, 90 government. So I don't know where we are going to take our prayers to again. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, everyone. So it's a very, I just have mixed feelings after I saw the documentary. And the only thing that struck me, or one of the things that struck me, is the fact that, you know, the mining sector was what caught our eyes in the pre-colonial era before we discovered oil. And 60 years down the line, we've encountered issues and problems. And even the documentary, a greater part of it was targeted or was specific on oil and just a little part on mining. So what I'm trying to say is, how do we learn from our mistakes? Right? We are in the mining Indaba, and we have realized that oil and mining, they are both extractive activities. And then oil, 60 years, we've been experiencing these issues. And we are contextualizing green mining. We are diversifying. We are moving from crude oil extraction to, mining, but like climate smart mining. How do we do it in a way that we don't have these same issues repeat themselves? That's just question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do it? Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a great fear and also a great concern. And this is because I have so much experience working in the Niger Delta. And one thing that I will say, I will tie it around what the executive director mentioned about the interconnectedness of mining and conflict. Where there is mining, where there is extraction, there is conflict. And the simple reason is the quest for equitable resource governance. This is because people feel now the agitation of the militancy, or what brought about militancy in the Niger Delta, is because people want to control resources. And these artisanal activities is as a result of trying to tap from the national kit. And so people will at all costs go and do it. I wish you can see sites where this profile is taking place. These places in the next 100 years are not going to be productive. And people, despite the challenges, the risks involved in these illegal activities, people still engage in it because they need money. And so because they are engaged in additional processes, they are also exposing everybody to the risks of environmental hazards. And so the issue of energy transition, I have fear because the people who depend on certain biodiversity as means of survival, particularly in the Niger Delta, what happens to them? Now that you are transitioning, that you don't want to use the oil, now are you going to leave them with the environment that is so destroyed? What do they fall back to? And so that is going to degenerate to another problem. And so because I wanted to try make a comment in the last presentation, issues of women exposure. She did mention about having medical equipment to assist for safe delivery, oxygen for children. But the question is that if a woman gives birth to a child without a leg, or gives birth to a child without an eye or nose, what will you be talking about oxygen for? The issue is so serious that if we are not looking at it from the grassroots, we are in for another big trouble. Someone talked about security. I did a UN work trying to test run the viability of the Ruggies principle or protect, respect, and remedy. And when you talk to people about why are you engaged in this profile, they will tell you that if you stop us, we'll take you to the camp where civil defense, maybe has a camp. So what are we talking? People make quick money, both the security in the Niger Delta, because if you go there, you see quite a lot of illegal activities. So the question is, who takes responsibility?
All right.
So we need to look at it from the grassroots.
All right. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate every one of you for your interventions, the questions, the concerns, even the solutions that have been tabled. I'm a little curious. Do we have anybody where we have to go? We can't for now. Let's just hear from CSR because we're working with time and there are people online also. I don't know if with a show of hands, if you're online, let us know if you also have a contribution, if you're online. No hands? Okay, we'll call on Oluyemi of CSR in Action to just help us wrap up this session. Hello, Oluyemi.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to be showing this at such prestigious event. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank Dr. Bekeme Masade Olowola, the Chief Executive of CSR in Action, which I am ably represented hereby. So I would say the first time I watched the documentary, I was brought to tears because it showed that behind closed doors, behind voices not heard, these are the actual issues that are going on. So I would just say this is the reason we have platforms like Indaba that it allows government, companies, and communities to sit at the same table and confront hard truths to form lasting solution. It's a call to action that women will form the backbone of our societies. If they are not included in our activities, then the extractives in general cannot experience sustainable growth. And this I would say is one of our core responsibility and our core work in CSR in Action, where we help businesses bring this commitment from just written words or from just things announced on their website into actionable steps. We help them introduce sustainability into their business strategies. So the last thing I would say is I want all of us here to leave at the end of Indaba today as a call to action. We might look at it like, oh, it's the government that can take action, it's the government, or it's the companies that can take, but when the voices are loud enough, ignoring them becomes impossible. So let's all take this as a responsibility to reshape the story of Africa or West Africa in general, that the extraction or the extractive activities do not just end with what was taken from the ground, but the lives that were lifted above it. So thank you very much, Global Rights, for the opportunity once again. And if anybody, any ministry, any company would want to stream this documentary at any event, you can reach out to us at info@csrinaction.com and we would make it available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ruyemi. Appreciate you and CSR in Action for the great work you do. Please appreciate them one more time. You know that a lot of work went into that documentary. Okay, so we'll go on a break, a tea break. It's been an interesting first half of the day 3. Plenty to listen to process, and to contribute to. But it would be unfair to just keep us seated here without at least something to just nibble on. So we'll go on a tea break, which is going to be just 30 minutes maximum, and we're all back here to continue with the program because we're going to get into the solutions lab. You see all of those questions, all of those comments and energy you want to put forward in this conference. You get the opportunity when we get to the solution labs to do that also. So we'll go to the restaurant for our tea break like we did yesterday, but would allow our traditional rulers go out first. Once they're out the door, then we can follow and grab our tea quickly. So Mr. Efosa would lead our traditional fathers to where they are going to get their breakfast for the tea break. And then we'll all go. It's going to be a walking one, so we'll just hurry up with it. Are we okay with that? All right, so 30 minutes tea break. All right, where is Mr. Efosa, anyone to lead our traditional leaders? Okay, please direct them. All right, thank you very much. We can all go for our tea break now and be back in 30 minutes.
Because of coming of global rights in Zamfara State, the most affected and vulnerable people in the community are the children. Government at the state level thought it was cholera. It was later, when it was confirmed, that we came to realize that it is an issue of lead poisoning. Virtually, almost all the people in the community are affected because women have been miscarried. The men are getting impotent while the children are dying. Some are suffering from brain damage as a result of the lead poisoning disaster resulting from the gold mining in Zamfara State. Therefore, no one is getting in the mining communities. We have about 38 contaminated lead communities in Zamfara State satisfied by Center for Disease Control in Zamfara State. But with the coming of global rights, we come to understand that there is a lot of rules and regulations governing mining in Nigeria. Therefore, the global right build our capacity to the extent that we can engage government at the state and the national level as far as mining issues and host communities are concerned. I want to this opportunity to extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude to global rights, because whatever we become, it is as a result of their mentorship, coaching, and the training.
Albarka alheri.
Allah ka taya mu yi.
Both community Meganga, that's where the coal mining activity is actually going on now. Ashaka Cement is mining coal for their cement factory here in Gombe State. And so the host community has experienced a lot of devastation in their environment, first of all. A lot of land was lost, 6 square kilometers was taken away from them. And so a lot of the people have lost their farmland. And we noticed that they've been suffering certain rights violations. Their air is polluted because there's always activity going on. So dust is raised. The coal is combustible, which we all know. So the coal catches fire in the dry season.
Albarka alheri.
I was born here in this community, Komta, and when I grew up, I started hearing about the mining and many resources that is here in Billiri, including Komta. Meganga is neighboring with us here. So they start mining there, but they usually use water to wash the coal. So that water is very harmful to human life.
By the time Ashaka have started releasing their water to this place, our people did not know that the water is dangerous to their life. They just continue taking with their animals. So that is where we start recording problems whereby our people have been reducing in a numbers.
Muna ganin ruwa fara mai kyau sai muna sha, muna amfani da ita, muna using da dabbobin mu suna sha, mu ma mu zo mu sha. Kafin nan daga tun lokacin kuma muna sha sai ciwon ciki.
Ana ta yi bare da ta sha ruwan ne sai ruwan ya irin mai wata 2 aka din nan ta fara ciwon ciki kafin a kai asibiti to ba iya sayawa ba.
Nden ko min fuɗɗano yarki ndiyan kampani lepas ɗo min yamɓe no amma nde ɗan fuɗɗi nattanki men ɗan min jarata ɗan sanadiya keɓuɗum min ɓe helani men ɗan ɗum nden o yahataɗo duuɓi mako nayi sai to min cottini ko mi heto min gaɗani ɗum amma nde min keɓi mai konta waɗani men sarfi ɗum helani men ɗan nden Allah umminimo hikka nden no ay o yahatano emo jooɗi hikka bo ɗan duuɓi mako 7 emo jooɗi.
If you enter into the village, you can see the paralyzed girl, you can see those that have skin diseases, you can see blind ones.
Da tana da lafiyanta yanzu kuma an kawo ruwa tana sa. An sako mana ruwan tana sa, ta sa ruwan rashin lafiya ya same ta. Ya taɓa mata hankali.
The mining company is supposed to have our children working for them there to earn something for living. And we don't have even a single person working with them.
I'm into arable crop farming. I have an orchard. We have some trees. You've seen some guava over there. Okay. Or you can get your moringa seed here. Yes. The stream that carries the effluent from the mining activity goes through a good part of the local government, including this orchard and including some of my farms up there about 5-6 kilometers away.
Ruwan yana bata mana gona. Amfani yanzu ruwan in ka taba amfani sai ka ga amfani yana bushewa. Kuma sun zo kasan bata da kyau, kasan bata ba da amfani kamar yadda da.
After we complained to the Minister for Environment at Abuja, they now give some directives for them to come and provide an alternative source of drinking water. And they came and sank 3 boreholes instead of the 4 that they had agreed to sink. One was here, the other one is here, the other one is in the other community up there, okay? So 3. And the borehole worked for just about 1 month and it packed up.
Yan global rice sun zo da suka zo sai muka je kamfani sai muka je muka ɗebo ruwan sun je za su je su gwaggwada sun nemi likitocin da za a gwaggwada.
And the doctors inform us that the problem we are getting from the community is from the source of drinking water that we are taking.
The water is a byproduct of their mining activity, which they release on a daily basis, and it goes and affects these people's source of water.
We complain that we are dying. We complain that we have many problems here and there, and they didn't take care of us anywhere. So that's why we go to court.
So after our petition in 2015, the company, they do not release the water in the broad daylight. They release it mostly in the night.
Kullum ba sauki har ya kai ga na kai aka kai ni asibiti. Da aka kai ni asibiti aka je aka abin nan aka gwada ni sai aka ce mun to fa na tafi operation.
I'm not happy to see this thing happening with our people. These people have been suffering for a long time. I petitioned the company initially, and the company were even trying to stop the entire process.
That most of these big companies, when they start exploiting minerals, hardly care about the environment.
Gaskiya mu kam mun ba kuna taimaka mana ba muna cikin wahala har ga Allah ba inda muke to ina za mu je.
Ba mu taba samun wani wanda ya nuna kula da mu ko kuma tausayawa tare da mu ba, ko a gwamnati ko a wani kamfani ko kuma wani NGO, sai dai ko wannan kamfani da ake kira a Global Right. Ko da shari'ar nan da muke da ashaka dalilin su ne muke samun taimako, in ba su ba da ba mu masa koyina ba, domin sun san ba mu da karfi ba mu san hanya ba. Mun gode musu ne.
Zuma 828 Co. Limited came into NGMA in 2009 to commence exploration and subsequently mining.
Since the arrival of the Juma company to my community, NGMA and Okobo, we cannot mention anything, the right thing they have done so important to the community.
We have 2 things disturbing the community, which is erosion and during the dry season, it's a dusk where the big motor, even the big motor starting to pass all this area, just like you near somebody, we see us.
If you can see the community now, our people are dying silent because of this company of thing. What they promise to do, they will not do. Even to bring doctor or clinic for us here, it's a problem.
This cassava, I mean, the job where we get power. But this our side. We don't have anything to assist us. If after we do produce this gari, road where they will carry go the market, we no get road. As no get road, the machine where they carry, na costly price, now they give us. If you comot all those things with your this some engine, everything, the thing where you get just if you just get liquid for ingredients, you no get anything, nothing comot inside.
Dangote establishment came in after they started excavating, and we kept mounting pressure to our road. What they do now, more or less now, is surface dressing. They come in with their bulldozer, they remove our surface soil, and there is an effect. If you go through most of our routes, you now see like a valley is being created in between surfaces.
The bridge they did is just like a convent. So these Dangote people, they have just come to spoil our village for us and go away.
From the onset, there was no CDA, and the company was carrying on with its mining activity until after about 8 years, when the host community people realized this, that without CDA, the law does not allow a mining company to mine.
The global right, they give us the enlightenment how we should go with the Dangote people so that they will do something for us.
Right from the time this mining activities is taking place, to drink clean water here is a problem. They can't see clean water drink in NGM community. Even the borehole they dug for us here, they promised to dug almost 6 boreholes, but it's only 1 here. You know, one cannot serve this large community.
The entire community decided to embark on peaceful protests to be able to make the company realize that CDA must be a precondition for mining. All we could have from the company was the company to arrange a kind of arrest, which was meted out on so many prominent committee leaders, including myself.
What our work is to empower the community to know what their rights are and to use the legal means made available by law to pursue their rights.
With your presence today, I think you can help us to look into this situation with a view to find a permanent solution to all our problems.
The effort of the global right has enabled us to know, to identify many things, that there's no way we can operate with the company without signing a valid CDA.
Mining, I believe in the 1930s, even before I was born, mining took place there. It was controlled by Britain, one Mr. Green. After some time, he decided to wind up the company and left, and all the laborers also left. Most of them are dead by now. It is that history that the villagers followed that led to exploration of gold again.
Lalle muna da takaici babba ba ƙarami ba, saboda ba mu ga 'ya'yanmu ba mu ga dukiyanmu. Mun fitar da dukiyanmu saboda 'ya'yanmu.
The big mistake was that they brought the rocks into their environment, grounded it, washed it there in their compounds. And the lead that was contained in the rocks they were grounded deposited itself in the compound, which affected the children.
Yaro ya fara da amai ne, daga amai sai zafin jiki, sai zufa ke ta faman fita. Idan baccin nan ba zai falka ba, lokacin da ya tashi baccin nan, lokacin nan ciwon nan zai taso mashi. To kuma idan ya taso sai ya ci rayuwa tukuna sannan zai kwanta.
It was when this sickness of a thing affected the children. They started dying. And even when they were dying, we were not told, because the belief was somebody wanted to make money through juju.
Yanda ta fara ta soma da sanyin jiki ne, jikin sai ya ɗauki sanyi gaba ɗaya. Da abin ya zo ta yi kamar za ta yi bacci, sai abin ya ɗauka. Da ya ɗauka shine ta kama abin gannan kwambasha ɗin nan. Shine da muka ga haka muka yi fama abin bai kawo sauki ba. Shine sai muka je waje mai gargajiya ya ɗan bamu wani ɗan taimako ta ɗan samu sauki. Tunda suka dawo abubuwan da yana halbawa kaɗan. Shine sai muka kai report a abin nan a Kagara, shine aka zo aka ɗauke mu zuwa Anka.
So we continue to find out, and we were told it's not any witch doctor, it's not any ritual. It was the issue of lead poisoning. But by then, about 28 children had died there.
Kuka na gwamnatin tarayya ta agaje mu yanda Allah ya agaje ta raba mu da wannan abun. Bayan haka, inda abin taimakawa, a taimaka mana daga mu har mazan mu da abin da za mu ci da ko wurin kwanciyar mu.
Governments, not just a government, federal, state, and even the local government at this level, should come together and face this menace.
Ebonyi State is often regarded as a backwater state, where miners come in, do their work, leaving the community more impoverished. And most vulnerable groups are women and children.
If you see a woman now that can just be like a crazy women, you may say that they are mad. They are not mad. It is condition.
Royal Salt came in and collected our farmland, our mineral sites.
We realize that the activities of man has negative impacts on the environment and on the health of the people. If you go to the mining site, you see women that start work as early as 7, leave the mine site as late as 6 p.m. with an average daily income of 500 naira. We've had incidents of pit collapse.
It's when you're using hand to mine and dig. The thing will not be wide. It will be very narrow. Sometimes it will collapse.
There was 3 boys that were drowned. And the PTU called me and told me that it is not my village, but it is our neighboring village in Triple. January 13th, 2009. Another calamity still happened in our village, though. That one went over the air. 3 boys again that were drowned inside the pit.
The mining activity is often surface mining. And this surface mining leaves a lot of pits open. Women and children get drowned almost on weekly basis in these open mines. A recent incident is where a woman carrying her child on the back went to fetch water in one of the abandoned sites. She slipped and got drowned, including the baby.
The borehole they promised they will dig borehole for us. They did this one they call hernia pump. You will jack and jack, there is no water.
So this is the only water in which you can say you can come and fetch.
Fetch this water.
Yeah.
Take it back home and drink.
And drink.
Actually drink.
Drink.
And the government is aware of this, the company as well.
The company is aware.
In the 21st century, most communities in Ebonyi State still depend on contaminated, on self-impounded water for domestic use.
There is nothing to show up that this kind of company is here. There is no electricity, there's no drainage, no road, no road. There is nothing, absolutely nothing.
The other time the youth protest to give them job, they shoot two of our boys.
Before I know what happens, my hand just go down and I discover that the police have shoot me gun. So the worst part of it is that the company that did this thing to me, they refused to do anything.
Nah. It's not what we thought, it's what we're saying.
Better line never book a scooter. Ever my chibero. Any benefit and whether it with the nothing, and do you tour? I asked I'm with you. Because I'm going to make a part I have for you. A good work, what are you? A good be going to another brew.
We have been crying for them to see how they can help us, but it seems that all effort have proved abortive.
I'm begging the global rights to help us in any means that can assist us.
First, equipping you with the skill and the knowledge of what the law says communities are entitled to, and then working with you to ensure that you're able to effectively engage the government. We don't believe in violence, but we believe that government must work for its people. If it's not working for its people, it has become an illegal government, illegitimate.
After the workshop, I picked more courage to speak on behalf of my people because they have opened my eyes to know that what we are calling for is the right. They have taught me my rights.
Global Right has assisted us to build our capacity to intervene on behalf of the communities and also to amplify their voices.
We live in a country where government talks at people, companies talk at people. We don't talk with one another. We don't believe in that. Everyone has a right to freedom of expression, and everyone has a right to the opinion of how they feel about these things. And that you cannot claim to have a democracy when the policies of government are not humane and when they do not abide by what the communities themselves want.
I thank Global Rights for this initiative. With their coming, there is hope. And the story in Ebonyi State will change.
Rafita haka ga hanyar shi nan. In da baka da ruwa ba dole sai ka tafi bayi.
Na da ya ba su ba mu ruwa. Ruwan yana bakin kofan kamfani suna lokacin. Ba su ba mu nan ba.
Yanzu mun samu yara uku da mota ya buga hanya saboda rafi.
Ruwan yana fita ga da can nesil. Inda suna wanke abunan nasu. Suna pompon ruwa ga inda ruwan da yana zo yana fita. Ya bi koli ga da can sama daga nan yana fita yana shiga muna ruwan da muna sha. So ka gani mu inda lokacin da sun yi pompo wallahi ba mu da dadin ruwan sha kai ma ka duba irin tobo nan da za su tura ruwa suna shiga muna ruwa mu sha kuma ba sun ki su ba mu pompo sun ce ba za su ba mu ruwan sha ba. Da Global Rights suka shiga wannan al'amari na tsakaninmu da Nesin gaskiya yanzu na mun samu change. Now they revenue this class and those this all na then revenue it necessarily. Sun kawo mun container as in my office. Ɗaya kenan. Now here they drill the borehole. See the drain where them bring. Anytime where they need your water 24 hours. Now then they bring fuel.
Yanzu mun gwadin da an kawo mun ruwa nan. Muna haye titi. Wara kuma yayi nisa muna hawa da sauyi kuma.
Taking water and crossing road. My mind know the rest.
Muna son yanzu inda an kawo nan. Mu samu a can salete.
Kwanan baya sun dawo sun ce in nuna musu gurin da za a gina the other side ma. Hayen hanya. A don gefe ta mai zama da nashi, na mai zama da nashi. Ta yi global right kamar gwamnati ne. Su sun san cewa wani abu mun dauka ya fi karfin mu. Da global right suka zo suka shiga wani cikin al'amari. Ka gani yanzu nan ko ya so ma gani ba yanzu nan ba su ma sun zo da bakin su ne suna ta fada nan ba. Zan yi ba. Dama ka je ka roke su. Ina ya bara muka ma. So ni na gode wa Allah, kuma na gode ma global right da suka shiga gari. Shine yanzu nan ya sa ni ma ni karan kaina na jin daɗi.
We hold the earth in trust for future generations. It is borrowed and we must return it as close to a state as we were given. Water, water everywhere, but none to drink was Mungo Park's cry when he saw water he couldn't drink. But these people, I guess, will not agree with him in the situation they have found themselves. Water, water nowhere. What we see, we will drink. They seem to be crying. The earth is made up of 70% water, but due to climate change and energy production, we now have less and less access to potable water.
In the next 20 to 30 years, the strongest nations in the world will be the countries that can provide their citizens with the most essential resources. the 5 core resources that human beings need. The first is air, the second is water, third is food. How much of that water will Nigeria be able to provide its citizens?
The world realizes there's an impeding water crisis that will eventually overtake the globe. When you think about Nigeria's context, this is already happening. The shrinking of the Lake Chad to 1/10 of its original size is a thing we should worry about. Communities suffer from diverse issues that relate to water, but do not know what to do or how to go about it. This village doesn't have drinking water. They have to travel over 5 kilometers to the closest tap, which is at the Nestle Gate, and the tap doesn't open on weekends, only on weekdays.
Ya shafe ruwanmu da muna sha da. Kaman an wanke, an tashi za a wanke shi, an wanke da tufu sai zai zuba cikin ruwan. Sai ka ga ruwan ya lalace. Ruwan baya yi kyau kuma ba.
Da gurin da suna fulon ruwa har suna da yana shiga muna ruwan da muna ci yana bata muna ruwa. Gurin ma mun sha tafiya da su. Amma wallahi har yanzu za su yi fulon da tin ruwan su sai su yi fulon muna ruwa mu je mu jiba mu zo mu sha. In ka ga inda muna bi zuwa gona inda suna fulon ruwan su ya haka ruwa yanzu wallahi ina ganin kasa ya tace na sai ya kusan shiga ciki inda suna fulon ruwa zuwa bayan abuna wajen nasu hanyar gona mu ne yanzu na ba inda za ka tafi gona yanzu ka bi inda muna bi da sai ka je ka bi sama da kamfanin su.
Recently, Nigeria also decided that it will generate 30% of its energy from coal power resource. Coal power generation is a water-intensive and a water-polluting activity. In the countries that have been heavily reliant on coal, we have seen the effect of coal mining on their water. Cottbus in Germany, for example, now has to import its water supply from the northern parts of the country because the water supply in Cottbus has become polluted and has also largely shrunk because of the years of coal mining in Cottbus. In Nigeria, in less than a decade of coal mining, we're also beginning to suffer the effect on our water bodies, whether it is Okobo in Kogi State or Komta in Gombe State.
Immediately we are aware that this company are going to come. Our expectation that there will be rapid development in the community because we were told that any place that a company like this visited or they are exploring, what they normally do is helping the community to grow educationally. The state of their economy will change, that they will boost the trading activities of that community. Immediately they started the mining activities on the land. They will now begin to feel that it is even a pain receiving the company to one's community. Because the activities started affecting us, our stream that we have been using become difficult for us to even get water, especially during that season, the water will just dry up. Not even emptiness that is even our pain. Our pain, even when there's water that we are supposed to use, we will not be able to use it because it got contaminated at times.
This mining activity of Ashaka has resulted into effluent, some chemical discharge from the mining site. This my community, Kwiba and Kwilapandi, are adjoining that Meganga as a community. That they are into coal mining. The only source of their water is gotten from well.
Na ce ga wajen da ruwan yana fita ga da can nesil suna inda suna wanke abunan nasu suna pompon ruwa ga inda ruwan da yana zo yana fita ya bi koli ga da can sama daga nan yana fita yana shiga muna ruwan da muna sha so ka gani mu inda ruwan lokacin da sun yi pompo wallahi ba mu da dadin ruwan sha kai ma ka duba irin tobo nan da za su tura ruwa suna shiga muna ruwa mu sha kuma ba sun ki su ba mu pompo sun ce ba za su ba mu ruwan sha ba amma dai ga abun da suna yi muna don Allah da addu'a muna da don rahama don Allah mutane na sun fita sun ba mu isa da su ba amma Allah ya isa da su su yi kokari addu'a la gwamnati a tamaka muna su ba mu ruwan sha.
The activities of coal mining in the Awo community had come to the attention of the state government, and we had sent in representatives to go and have a look at it and to provide solutions to that challenge. However, the extraction of coal has an effect on the environment, and one of the side effects is sometimes affects the water body. But we have taken as much steps as possible to ensure that due to production of energy, other natural resources are not affected.
For every megawatt per hour of electricity produced by coal thermal electric power stations, over 50,000 gallons of water get withdrawn and consumed from our natural water resources and water bodies. The question, therefore, will be, can Nigeria afford a water crisis for her citizens of over 200 million and counting? Can we afford a massive depletion of our fresh water reserves for the creation of the much sought after power that has so long eluded us since our independence? Are we nearing an impending water crisis?
Coal is an interesting topic because of the coal potential we have in the country, in Kogi, Enugu, and parts of that middle belt area. So it's something that should have been explored. Actually, we had a coal power plant in Nigeria back in the 70s or 80s, and that was shut down because of air pollution. It's fearful to think that we'll enter doing more coal to power solutions because of the long run effects. While coal is bad, it's almost like, should we be doing that as a way, as a stopgap before we now get into renewables as the way we take off? But being in the industry, you realize that there's not like a stopgap. You need to pick one method and go through with it. Secondly, on the financial side, because solar is just this product that in the 90s, a lot of people brought into Nigeria, the trust, they brought in C-level or F-level equipment. So people would install solar panels today, tomorrow, they won't work. So most Nigerians don't believe solar works. The final issue is distribution. If I want a gen, I can make 2 phone calls and a gen will be in my house in the next 5 hours, right? Because that one's already known. I have 4 ACs. I know what I need. But with the solar panel, with a solar system, there's a bit more to it. Cool idea, sounds good. But I think if we could solve these 3 issues on the renewable side, especially on the solar side, we can move the country faster, because renewables is the quickest way to get small systems installed and going very quickly, rather than a coal system where you're still having to generate into the national grid and then hope for the power. But with renewables, off-grid can do very quick and captive power very quickly to get power to the people, per se.
Global rights doesn't just pick out the issues. Global rights takes its time to look into the problems in the communities. It discusses these issues in its focus groups and goes further to proffer solutions based on its solution lab techniques.
So the big question is, will water tankers be sustainable? Will they be sufficient for domestic and industrial use in these communities? Can these communities hope to grow beyond just the coal mining industry in their community to be agriculturally sustainable, to also be environmentally healthy for habitation? These are big questions. Can Nigeria generate energy from other sources? Does our energy plan take into cognizance our need for water conservation and management? Is our energy plan large enough to think of Nigeria the next 50 to 70 years? The nations that will develop and will succeed in the next 20 to 30 years are nations that are rich in water and are rich in energy. Nigeria rich in talents.
Yanda na ji yaro ya fara da amai ne, daga amai sai zafin jiki, sai zufa ke ta faman fita, sai bacci, idan ya bacci ba zai falka ba. Idan ya bacci nan ba zai falka ba, lokacin da ya tashi bacci nan lokacin nan ciwon nan zai taso mashi. Idan kuma ciwon ne ya taso shi baya kwanciya. In ya dan kwanta sai ya dan yi wani dan hayaki hakan ga sannan ya kwanta. In ya dan kwanta kuma minti nawa ya ƙara tasowa. To kuma idan ya taso sai ya ci rayuwa tukunna sannan zai kwanta.
lalle muna da takaici babba ba ƙarami ba, saboda ba mu ga 'ya'yanmu ba mu ga dukiyanmu. Mun ɓatar da dukiyanmu saboda 'ya'yanmu ba mu da su.
To, yanda ta fara, ta soma da sanyin jiki ne, jikin sai ya ɗauki sanyi gaba ɗaya. Da abin ya zo ta yi kamar za ta yi bacci, sai abin ya ɗauka. Da ya ɗauka shine ta kama abin gannan, kwambasha ɗin nan. Shine da kan muka ga haka muka yi fama abin bai kawo sauki ba. Shine sai muka je waje mai gargajiya, ya ɗan bamu wani ɗan taimako, ta ɗan samu sauki. Tunda suka dawo abubuwan dai yana halbawa kaɗan kaɗan.
Ai wannan ba za a rasa ba, tunda dai kana dariya da mutum, kana yawan ganin mutum, kana jin daɗi, kana dariya da shi, kana ba shi abinci, yana ce a dole ne ka yi bakin ciki da shi ka ga yau ba shi. Kuma tunda ka rike ka gashi hannu ka goyo ka waye gari baka gashi da ne zaka ji bakin ciki.
Maimakin da za ka samu ɗan nan in ya miƙe ka dafa shi ka tashi, yau ba shi. Aka ce za a taimaka mana, a zo a koma, a zo a koma, ba mu dai zuciya ba, ka san mai haƙuri na tare da samu. Na ce to, duk da haka nan sai ran nan ba ni nan.
If the governor had found time, just one day, the governor here in Niger has found maybe it's just 6 hours, Mena to Shikra and back. And he has heard from professionals the havoc in that place. Commissioner of Health, Permanent Secretary of Health, any other person that has to do with health and environment, let them come there. The health of those children, even when they grow, is something else. Our call, both the Emir, the Emirate Council, the local government, is that governments, not just a government, federal, state, and even the local government at this level, should come together and face this menace.
Because the coming of global rights in Zamfara State, the most affected and vulnerable people in the community are the children. Government at the state level thought it was cholera. It was later, when it was confirmed, that we came to realize that it is an issue of lead poisoning. Virtually, almost all the people in the community are affected because women have been miscarried. The men are getting impotent while the children are dying. Some are suffering from brain damage as a result of the lead poisoning disaster resulting from the gold mining in the forest state. Therefore, no one is killed in the mining communities. We have about 38 contaminated lead communities in Zamfara State satisfied by Center for Disease Control in Zamfara State. But with the coming of global rights, we come to understand that there is a lot of rules and regulations governing mining in Nigeria. Therefore, the global right build our capacity to the extent that we can engage government at the state and the national level as far as mining issues and host communities are concerned. I want to use this opportunity to extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude to global rights, because whatever we become, it is as a result of their mentorship, coaching, and the training.
Albarga alheri.
The host community in Meganga, that's where the coal mining activity is actually going on now. Ashaka Cement is mining coal for their cement factory here in Gombe State. And so the host community has experienced a lot of devastation in their environment. First of all, a lot of land was lost. 6 square kilometers was taken away from them. And so a lot of the people have lost their farmland. And we noticed that they've been suffering certain rights violations. Their air is polluted because there's always activity going on. So dust is raised. The coal is combustible, which we all know. So the coal catches fire in the dry season.
Albarga alheri.
I was born here in this community, Komta. And when I grew up, I started hearing about the mining and many resources that is here in Billiri, including Komta. Meganga is neighboring with us here. So they start mining there. They usually use water to wash the coal. So that water is very harmful to human life.
By the time Ashaka have started releasing their water to this place, our people did not know that the water is dangerous to their life. They just continue taking with their animals. So that is where we start recording problems whereby our people have been reducing in a numbers.
Muna ganin ruwa fara mai kyau sai muna ca. Muna amfani da ita muna using da dabbobin mu suna ca mu ma mu zo mu ca. Kafin nan daga tun lokacin kuma muna ca sai ciwon ciki.
Kanuwa na ta yi bare da ta sha ruwan ne sai ruwan ya irin mai wata 2 aka ɗin nan ta fara ciwon ciki kafin a kai asibiti to ba iya sayawa ba.
Den ko mi fuɗɗano yarki mbiyan kampani lefata mi yamɓe no amande ɗan fuɗɗi nattanki men ɗan min jarata ɗan diyake mo ɗumen ɓe helani men ɗan ɗum nden o yahatano duuɓi makko nayi so tawi to min cottini ko mi hetta min gaɗani ɗum amande min keɓi mai komta waɗani men sarde ɗum helani men ɗan nden Allah umminimo hikka nden no ay o yahatano emo jooɗi hikka bo ɗan duuɓi makko 7 emo jooɗi.
If you enter into the village, you can see the paralyzed girl, you can see those that have skin diseases, you can see blind ones.
Da tana da lafiyanta yanzu kuma an kawo ruwa tana sa. An sako mana ruwan tana sa, ta sa ruwan rashin lafiya ya same ta. Ya taɓa mata hankali.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates.
The mining company.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I was worried. I hope the tea break was not too heavy. It's not long, so we shouldn't be feeling too heavy at this point in time. So we'll continue. And moving on to a segment of the program that would be as engaging as it gets, where all of the bright ideas that you have on how we can bet solution to the 8-long problems we've been grappling with, quite a number of them. I heard one of the delegates say so that we don't come back for the next conference and it's rinse and repeat the same old issues. During the solutions lab, we'll be able to look at solution-based conversation around these issues and how to ensure that we contextualize green mining properly and balance both the aspect of gender, the aspect of the environment, the host communities, and all. So to take on this segment, which would be for an extended period, about 2 hours or thereabouts, I will call on Mr. Edosa from Global Rights to come coordinate this session. I've been told, my attention was drawn to it, Edosa, that I called you even a Fosa. The only thing I didn't call you was Elvis. I am sorry about that. So I kept calling Edosa a Fosa all through until someone drew my attention to it. My sincere apology. Edosa Oviawe from Global Rights. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. We'll be looking at forging a West African mining host communities agenda during the Solutions Lab. Appreciate him one more time.
Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you. You can call Efosa, you can call Erosa, you can call even Idahosa. I hear that as well. So it's all fine, all right? It's all good. The intentions are good, and that is what matters to me. Okay, so yesterday we started a conversation, all right? We started articulating how we are moving this agenda forward. We started talking about how to forge a West African mining host communities agenda. Abby was able to marshal the session yesterday where we got some very good and great thoughts yesterday. So today, what we are doing next is putting these thoughts together, all right? Yesterday, somebody said we need to codify these thoughts. And so now we want to codify these thoughts across the room. There was a resounding call yesterday for synergy and the need for us to come together. And there was equally the talk about observatory, the need for observatory to know, what is going on in the mining host communities, and equally developing the scorecard for mining host communities across Africa, West Africa, and a lot of great ideas yesterday. But now we want to codify all these thoughts together. And so in the next 30 minutes, we are going to be working in clusters. We'll have three clusters in the hall here, where we will just meet, have a smaller discussion, and be able to bullet points. We are forging the West African mining host community agenda. Bullet points. Number 1, we should be able to do this. Number 2, we should do this. Number 3, we should do this. We just itemize it out, so that as Alhaji Shehu said yesterday, that this will become like a guide for us. So that by the time we are meeting next year, the next year is Indaba, we're able to say, oh, item 1, we can all report on item 1, or item 2, we can all report item 2. So that is what we are going to do in the next 30 minutes. Is that clear enough, or we need more clarification? It's clear enough, right? Okay, great. So we are going to break the room into 3 clusters. Because we have so many English speakers here, we will have 2 groups for the English speakers, and then we'll have 1 group for the French speakers in the room. So right here to my right, we'll have 1 group, and then right here to my left, we'll have another group, and then right here around the middle, we'll have the French speakers. All right. So I think there will be is there any need for movement? Do we take numbers, or we just say people on this side will just be 1 group, people on this side another group? That's better, right? That's better, right? Great. So from this first table on the aisle up to this side, you will come to this side and form a group. Then people on this other table, you will join this side and form a group, so that we'll leave this center clear for the French-speaking colleagues in the room to have their own. So we'll set a timer for 30 minutes, and then as we discuss, please get somebody in the cluster to take down in bullet points what you have agreed, and then you will come back and present it. We all see what you have done, and we all kind of validate it, and then we'll have a unified one that we're going to run with. Does that work for everybody? D'accord? Oh, merci. All right, so group one on the side, group two on the side, point speakers will be group three in the middle. All right, so your time starts now. Thank
Sorry,
you.
Edosa, can you hear me?
So please get somebody that will take down notes, get somebody that will preside over the discussion to ensure we have a coordinated conversation.
Good morning, everyone online. Can you hear me?
Yes, sorry, yes, Abby, sorry. Hello, attention, please. Sorry, I forgot to bring in Abby. We were supposed to speak at this time. Abby, we can hear you.
No, so those of us online are another working group, and we will be working here, and we will report back afterwards. Is that
All right.
okay?
Yeah, that is fine. That will be group four. Thank you very much, Abby.
Thank you. That means you need to mute us on the other end of this room. Otherwise, I will need to create a breakout room for us to go into, so we're not heard in the room. So good morning, everyone online, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Please, could you join the breakout room? You'll see room 1. If you would please join.
Can we come back to plenary, please?
Thank you.
Group 1, please come back to plenary. Group 2, come back to plenary. Thank you. All right, please take your seat. Thank you. Please take your seats. Please take your seat. Thank you. Take your seat. Take your seat. Thank you. Please don't standing by my left. Please take your seat. Thank you. Take your seats. Please sit down. Thank you.
Prenez vos sièges. Hein?
I am still waiting for those of you standing by my left here. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Please, our people surrounding KBSC, please give him some breathing space. Let's be through with this session first, all right? Thank you. All right. Okay, so how was the discussion? How was the conversation in the group? I'm not hearing from everybody. How was it? Was it tense, right? Okay, so I will start like this. I will take 2 groups here, then I will take the group online, then we'll come and take the last group here, all right? So which group want to go first, or should I call? Who wants to go first? All right, group 1. All right, group 1, please come have the mic and let's have you. Please, you have 5 minutes. IT, please time the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I would like to say thank you to Global Rights for putting this up. So one of the things that we discussed in our group is to bridge the gap between students and the struggle, such that students can take on the fight about environmental justice even after they've left school. And then the second point is to have a people-centered solution, thinking about what can people do, to police around gender-based violence, social injustice. People need to have a clear focus on what they can do for themselves in their communities, more like a grassroots sensitization. And then the third thing we talked about is to amplify stories of people leading right in mining and the extractive industry so that others can learn from them. And then we also talked about having extractive clubs in schools, just like we have Rotary clubs. So if you're able to groom students in school, then we have more people, fighting for environmental justice. And then the fifth point is to have a bottom-up approach as kind of advocacy where needs assessment is conducted. It's carried out to understand the needs of the people. And then we also get to partner with local government leaders And then we also recommended that the next year, this time next year, we have religious leaders in the room, not just traditional leaders, because according to a report by Afrobarometer, it's clear that religious leaders have more influence on the people. Not to say that traditional leaders do not have influence, but then we have pastors, imams, and they have that influence on people. And then we also said to expand the work around environmental justice, it would be useful to establish work streams, to carry out the recommendations that the beautiful ideas that we'll be making here in this room. It would be good to have work streams, people that would take on the task of, after the event, there are people doing the work, right? Just to ensure that the recommendations don't just end here, but they carry on with the work. And then another point is to disseminate and amplify the CDA guidelines so that people can better understand it. And then someone also recommended that we do a monthly or bi-monthly community awareness, more like an advocacy clinic, so people can be well aware of their rights and their responsibilities. The next point is also to have like a budget line. We need to understand the data that goes on with mining. That data is not there. We just have people talking about there is so amount of this and that buried somewhere, but we do not have, there's no report to verify some of these claims. So it would be good if we can walk around having a structured data that can verify most of these claims. And one of the things that we talked about in just achieving that is for there to be a constitution review, so that the management of all of these things moves from not just the federal government level, but it gets to the state level so that it can be better managed. And then the last point here is to advocate for special courts for mining-related litigation to stir up speedy delivery of justice to communities who stand for themselves against injustice. So these were the things that we talked about in our group. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's the secretary of the group. I just want to add to it that on the issue of the federation, you observe that the federation of mining host communities have not actually been well known in all the states. They don't have tentacles. And we are using this one to charge that federation to make sure that every state has a chapter for the federation. They'll be able to coordinate all the activities of the CSOs in the grassroots, so that by the time we are gathering here, that even while this one is desirable, we need to get our feet on ground well in Nigeria. We need to ensure that the federation is well seated in the country before we can begin to launch outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come and introduce yourself.
Recording in progress. My name is Blessing Anolapa, and I work with Accountability Lab Nigeria.
Okay, my name is Dele Anyolike, the National President, Miners Association of Nigeria, and a board member of NAITI.
Thank you. Please let's applaud Group 1 again. We'll come to discuss all the points raised at the end of it. So, Group 2.
Talk about. Then the lack of political will is also an issue. Fragmented governance. That's sometimes the national not really working with the local or the state. So there's more or less like fragmentation. Then issue of persons with disability is also raised in our group. Ignorance or lack of awareness of CDA by host communities. Health and safety, issue of security is a huge one. Then environmental sustainability, issue of low awareness of FPIC, then translation of CDA to local languages, not just in English alone. Then we also talked about human rights violations. So right to clean and safe environment. Then issue of land rights, because most times there's this belief that, yes, the land belongs to the government. So solutions. We talked about legal clarity and support for the community. Then independent facilitation and verification. So there's need for third party to be required in the process so that at least there will be neutral facilitation for consultation and publish of verification reports. Issue of capacity building for the communities is very important. Public disclosure of agreements also should be in local languages so that these host communities will know what they are signing, not just in English, French, or other languages in West Africa or Portuguese. Link FPIC to licensing. So that should be a condition. Then there's need for to bind benefits and mitigation measure to enforceable agreement so that it's going to transform the
Recording in progress.
CDAs in then reclamation and restoration policy and fund. Then the need for West Africa countries who haven't enacted the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights to do so and also develop a region-wide protocol on business and human rights. Thank you.
I think the points were clearly stated. I just want to emphasize on one point that has been repeated since yesterday, and that is the need for the formation of West African West Community Association. You see, because they use the Nigerian West African one mining community, the event has been successful. Imagine, I can see a possibility of even rotating this event. Maybe next year we have it in Sierra Leone, the other year we have it in Ghana.
Please let's applaud group 2 again. Thank you. Okay, before we come to the last group in the room, let's take the group online. Abby and the group online, are we ready?
Yeah, Safia is taking them.
Okay.
Safia, please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barrister Safia Ahmed Usman from Sokoto State, and we've also had our own discussion here online, and these are the action points that we came up with. First is greater awareness, raising on women's issues in mining. We discussed that women should be aware of the mining issues that are concerned with them, which include door-to-door awareness. And then the second point is raise awareness among women themselves and equip them with tools to advocate for their own rights, importantly to document and communicate rights violation. Why we feel this is because we cannot advocate for women to be included in mining activities when they don't even know what is happening or what mining entails. So they need to know their rights, they need to do what is happening, and then for them to equally collate documents and how to communicate their rights violation. The third point is mining host communities federation chapters should mandate permanent seats for women. We should have seats in these communities to have seats permanently that would be seated by women. And then the fourth point is push for women to have seats on state MIREMCOs, that is the Mineral Resources and Environmental Management Committees in Nigeria, and the equivalent across the sub-region. Not just in Nigeria, but across West Africa, we should push to have seats for women in those. And then fifth point is that we should push for the gender desk at the Ministry of Solid Mineral and Ministry of Environment to become active. We know we have these places, but they are not active. We should push that we have gender desks at these ministries, and then they should become more active in doing these activities. And then the sixth point is that representatives of mining host communities in parliament need to be sensitized and made to champion the causes of their communities. The seventh point is that there should be coordinated West Africa-wide push for free, prior, and informed consent to be domesticated in local legislation, and that this should be taken up at the ECOWAS level as well. We prioritize that this should not just stay at the national level in Nigeria, but we should push across West Africa at large, since we are all stakeholders from there. Thank you very much. This is our presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, let's applaud the group 3. Thank you so very much. Safia, please, may I request that the summary you just presented, if you can share with me via WhatsApp for part of the implementation. Thank you, Safia.
Okay, I'll do that, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we'll take the last group, or the final group, not last. Final group, the French-speaking group. So let's welcome Rachel to conduct the presentation.
Ok, c'est bon? D'accord. Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Nous avons travaillé, mais on n'a pas fini. Nous espérons que les réflexions peuvent continuer. Ici, nous avons pu identifier les activités et leurs objectifs. Il nous manque la méthodologie et peut-être les responsables ensuite des délais. Comme je le disais, on peut toujours continuer le travail. D'accord. Comme activité planifiée, il y a la mise en place des comités locaux de gestion des ressources naturelles. Et là-bas, en termes d'objectifs, il s'agit d'amener chaque pays à disposer des entités représentatives et responsables de la gestion de ces ressources naturelles. Il y a également comme activité, renforcer la compréhension et l'engagement communautaire dans la réalisation des études d'impact environnementaux et l'engagement dans la mise en œuvre des plans de gestion environnementaux et sociaux, y compris le climat. En termes d'objectifs là-bas, il s'agit d'amener chaque communauté
Objectives are
à
to
participer.
encourage each community to participate in.
Je peux? OK, donc amener chaque communauté à participer tant en amont qu'en aval dans le processus de gestion de leurs ressources. Autre activité, mise en place des programmes d'autonomisation des leaders communautaires dans le suivi de la mise en œuvre des programmes de protection et de restauration de l'environnement. Et il s'agit, en termes d'objectifs là, d'outiller les leaders communautaires afin qu'ils puissent réellement et véritablement jouer leur rôle. Autre activité, mise en place des associations nationales des communautés affectées par les mines. Et là, il s'agit de permettre des discussions et des approches de solutions globales au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Autre activité, renforcer les capacités des communautés en monitoring des impacts, la saisine des mécanismes de résolution des conflits. Et en termes d'objectifs, c'est permettre à chaque communauté de suivre le respect des droits de des communautés qui abritent l'extraction des ressources naturelles. Avant-dernière activité, création des classes d'alphabétisation fonctionnelle au profit des femmes des communautés riveraines. Et il s'agit là d'amener les femmes à connaître leurs droits et à disposer des capacités pour les alertes précoces ou la gestion des crises. Enfin, organisation des sensibilisations populaires sur la prise en compte du genre et la promotion de la participation des femmes dans les instances de décision. Voilà un peu le travail du groupe 3. Je nous remercie.
Merci, Rachel. Please, let's applaud the French group again, group 4. Thank you very much. Okay, so while we were talking, we're trying to see how we put all of this together and make sense of it on how we are moving forward, all right? And so just before I bring up Abby to share her thoughts as well, I will just quickly go through some of the points that were highlighted here. We've had the group 1 talks about bridging the gap, right? Looking at people-centered solutions, ensure compliance to ensure environmental justice, amplifying stories of individuals that are leading rights in the mining communities and in of course, the extractive sectors. Talking about establishing clubs in schools, just that we have the Rotary clubs. Talked about the bottom-up approach, kind of advocacy. There was a talk about the next Indaba should have religious leaders in the room as well, in addition to the traditional rulers. There was equally the talk about the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Communities. The state chapters should be strengthened across all the 36 states and FCT to see that we have a robust representation in the platform for all the states. There was equally the talk about advocating for specific budget lines, budget items for the mineral sector, in terms of monitoring and all of that. Advocating for special courts for mining-related litigations, and a whole lot that was discussed, issues that were thrown up in Group 1 or by Group 1. Group 2 talked about having legal clarity and support to the communities, having more skills for community members, especially women, to properly understand their rights, linking FPIC to licensing to ensure that before you get your license issue is paramount of how this across the mining host communities. Restoration policy should be enforced in such a way that when the mining company comes to the community to mine, one of the requirements that the host community of South Africa should demand is having some, like a trust fund for reclamation put somewhere, that if kept in a bank for that purpose, that if you are not doing it at the end of the day, the bank will just ensure that that money is released for the community of the lost land. And the group online came up with other very cogent points and solutions. There was the having greater awareness, particularly among women, issues among women in the mining sector. And there was a particular one point they raised, which is push for women to have seats on the state Mirenko across Nigeria. And then the push for the gender desk at the Ministry of Solid Minerals and Ministry of Environment to become very, very active. And then there should be a coordinated West African-wide push for FPIC to be the ECOWAS level as well. That is, just as we said, since we started on Wednesday, we have the FPIC in the ECOWAS mining vision, which made it very compulsory. But right now, in some African countries, including Nigeria, because the FPIC is not directly stated as like FPIC in our laws, so what we are having is more like consultation rather than really consent, because the FPIC means the community can say, thank you for this beautiful project you want to bring, but we do not want, and that is FPIC. But right now what we have is, we are coming to do this in your land, so how can we work together? So the community don't even have the powers to say, no, we don't want. And so one of the solutions is to see that we have it in our laws, just as we have it in the ECOWAS mining directives, to see that community has that power to give consent or to withdraw or withhold consent. Okay, so all of these ideas has come up in the hall. And we are coming to the open plenary now to say, step one. What is the first step we are doing? Okay, there was equally the recommendation for us to talk about how to establish the West African Minerals Community Association, so as to see that we are all working together across West Africa. And somebody suggested as well to see that even this Indaba can be hosted rotationally. Next year, for example, the Ghana Association of West African Minerals Communities be the lead and the host for the Indaba, and then we just keep moving on around like that. So first step one, what is our take? What do we want to do first? What all these thoughts that have been shared in the room, what do we want to do? Do we want to say, okay, let's make all of this into a document and have every federation do X, Y, Z? Do we do this and do this? So step one, what do we do? Before I bring in Abby and those online to hear from them. Yes, from the room. So many ideas have been brought up, right? Okay, let's have women, let's push for women seats, women have a quota in Mirenko, be part of Mirenko. So how do we go about it? What do we do? Pardon? Okay, we should, okay, give Abby a seat. All these studies have been put up, so how do we move it forward?
No, I just think I haven't gone through something as robust as this. I think it'll be necessary for you to come up with a communique. And that communique should go through to the federal, state, and local governments, and obviously the participating NGOs, including the sponsoring foundation as well. They should have a communique of what we've been talking about in the past few days. And then after that, actions can be taken, and then there can be intensity of things that we really commonly believe in. That's my opinion.
All right, thank you. So we issue a communique that documents all the issues that have been raised and the solutions that have been provided, and ensure that it gets to all relevant stakeholders, right? Okay. Okay. Yes, the floor is open. Who is taking the mic?
Thank you very much. I think after the communique, we should actually put together all of the solutions we have talked about here into a document, and perhaps you can call for a virtual meeting where we sign up on that. This can be given to different stakeholders that are at this meeting. Let them sign off, and then we can begin to use that as our base document for whatever we are taking forward from here.
Thank you. Okay, so we codify all of this solution into a document and possibly call a post-Indaba virtual meeting, and where roles and responsibility will be assigned on that document. Thank you. Any other hand up?
Okay, I believe that it will be necessary to democratize what we're doing here. What I mean by that is that I believe that a lot more people need to understand that this journey to diversifying our mono economy, to do that, is to take advantage of social media. Can we have short videos on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, that a series that comes from this Indaba? You can get a series of short videos from this Indaba that can last us months. So that is what I believe, that if we can do that for the next 1 year, before the next Indaba, people will be waiting for the Indaba to happen, because they now know what an Indaba is, and they now know where the trajectory that Nigeria is going and West Africa is going to, because of the initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
So we just
good afternoon.
work on producing a short audio visual on the issues and solutions that came up from Indaba, and just be pulling it out in series. Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Good afternoon.
I would suggest that because the extractive sector is multi-sectoral, that all other sectors in this conversation begin to be carried along and put in the middle of the conversation. For instance, like the road network, when we talk about road and rural electrification projects, all of those voices and the things that pertains to the conversation we've had that is carried on to those extent. So they begin to add those things deliberately in the budgets, and the things, people that should make those decisions will also be carried along. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. Can I speak?
Yeah. Yes. Whose hand is raised online? Who's speaking?
Good afternoon. I am Botidam Jackson. I've been following the entire conversation from the very first day. So I think the outcome from this session should be that we have a memo, just like everyone has spoken about, but we should stratify it in such a way that we have what can be done between now and the next 3 months, what is achievable within the next 1 year to 2 years. I think that will literally help drive these entire conversations we're having, because it's really, really powerful. That's my final thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone online again? Somebody else online, right? Let's take the other person. Bumi, who is online? Ogechi online, please, let's have your thoughts. Ogechi, are you with us?
Hello?
Okay, that doesn't sound like Ogechi.
Okay, can you?
Okay, let's have Safia. Safia, your hand is raised. Let's have you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just like the last speaker just said, we should, on my own opinion, we should come up with sort of like a work plan that we can think. We have so many points that have been raised, and I think probably we should set a time frame within which we would address each particular question and see if we are able to find a solution to each and every one of them. Probably develop a work plan. We are going to start with this particular points, and then if they are done, we move on to the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Safia. Any other hand raised online, Bumi? None. Okay, so let's come back to the room. Her hand, okay, I'll come back to it. Yes, Dr. Elisa's hand was raised. Let's have her.
Okay, so just to add to what they've said, and from the discussions from the day one, I think there is a need for a more of strategic positioning where we could also build alliance around the region, because you have it, and making Indaba a regional voice. So I think we should also look at doing a regional networking. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elisa. Yes, we'll come back to this. Let's take the other one there.
Thank you. My name is Felicia Dairo. In all of the conversations we've been having, I just want us to know that media has that power to amplify all of the conversations we've been discussing since 2 days ago. And so my submission is that we should, beyond press releases, where we just bring the media to the room to just cover all of the conversations, let's bring them together in terms of providing that capacity for them to help amplify so that I guess to the right stakeholder.
Thank you, Felicia. That's okay. So let's come to this other side now.
Right. My name is Ufon Gabriel from Ewu Peer Foundation. From the recommendations made so far, I align with the points that we need to have a quarterly breakdown of this. But again, the action plans could be shared across the zones for implementation.
All right. Thank you. Any other hand raised? Okay, let's have.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rachel Anyanwu. I'm a welder. I think that we should have a technical working group to look at this document because I feel like some points can be put together and then we'll work with it to ensure that those things that are supposed to be done first are done just like they've said. But the technical working group should look at the legal frameworks, look at what exists already and what is not existing so that action can begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we plan from all the solutions have been raised. Thank you. Yes.
All right, I think sorry, I'm Christopher Oluwatosin. I work for Clean Technology Hub. I think some of the point has been mentioned, but I just want to also reiterate that it's important that we have youth representation because as you can see in this room, a lot of persons are already advanced in age. And of course, we want to leave this as a legacy. Extraction will continue. We either agree to this or not, because this benefits the economy a lot and a lot of arguments continue to come up when we have these conversations. So youth representation, media engagement from start to finish, and part of what we discussed in the group, so as not to repeat what has been said, is we want to create that working group from here so that when we are coming back next year, we're not talking of what are we doing. We are bringing results and we're learning from it and we're taking the learnings back to implement further.
Thank you very much, sir. Any other hand up? Okay.
Okay, my name is Basirat Abdul Gabdo Tongo, a journalist and also a member of Federation of Mining House Communities. I will suggest that establish a permanent West African mining host communities network to ensure continuous engagement and advocacy, document and amplify community testimonies to influence national and regional mining policies. And also regarding the engaging our medias, there is need to engage local media stations, for example, radio stations, because most of the mining host communities are located in rural areas. By engaging local radio stations and media houses, the information can reach them and also use local language in terms of transmitting the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pasira, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabel Adi. I would add to the points that have been made. I support the idea of the communique coming out of this beautiful gathering. I also want to add to the recommendation about the technical working group. There's a need for a framework that guides the structure that we have. And that framework will work with the technical working group, meaning that membership of the technical working group should encompass the stakeholders around the table. And the technical working group should have the terms of reference with which to work with. And the terms of reference will revolve around issues around mining and mining communities. And therein, an action plan with which an indicator for reporting, for monitoring and reporting will come out of. And those indicators will be reported by members of the technical working group in their different cells. And when we come back next year, we will have something to build on to say what we agreed on from this meeting. This is what the stakeholders have delivered on in their different groupings and regarding different issues. That way we would already have a template for monitoring and evaluation and assessing impact of Indaba. That is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do I still see another hand in the room before I move on? Okay, Bumi, is there another hand online, Bumi? Pardon? Ogechi, okay. Ogechi, I see your hand is raised online, so we can have you now if you are still there.
Yeah, good afternoon, and can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. And my name is Raymond Balogun, a filmmaker for social change. And what I'll also contribute is how we could put all of these data and statistics and findings into some visual perspectives so that it's easier for everyone to be carried along and understand it better. And of course, it should also be a form of reference point at every point in time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, Raymond. Thank you. Okay, so now we have some step 1, step 2, step 3 that have been highlighted in the room. And I think the first one or two key things that we need to quickly do just before I bring up Abby is the setting up of a technical team, like a sub-team, to put together all of this into an action plan that everybody can run with. And of course, then we have to have a post-Indaba virtual conference or virtual meeting to look at that document and then agree on how we move forward on it, right? Okay, great. So at this point, let me yield the mic to Abby, Executive Director of Global Rights, to hear her thoughts on this as we wrap up this particular session. Abby, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you so much, Adusa, and thank you, everyone. I think that we've had a very interesting session, and I think that we're slowly beginning to come up with directions for what we want to take away from this Indaba. As with every Indaba, we will have a communique, and I'm sure that there's a group that's already working on the communique. But then, as it's already been noted, that we can't rush a communique from this Indaba, and we probably should have an online working group to finish up on the communique and to ensure that we have it as fast as possible and that everyone is in agreement about the communique. I'd like to remind everyone of our theme for the Indaba this year. Our theme has really been to focus on FPIC, free, prior, and informed consent, and on navigating the era of green energy. I think that one of the strongest thoughts, or one of the thoughts that resonates with all of us during this Indaba. Can you still hear me?
Yes, Abby, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. I was wondering if my voice was fading out because it shows me that your internet is weak. Okay, it's back on now. One of the thoughts that we all agree with during this Indaba is that green energy is just, the term green energy is just a term to increase energy sources and not necessarily to do mining or energy production in a cleaner way. It's not cleaner, particularly for the host communities, and therefore that host communities need greater protection, which calls to mind the need for FPIC, and that this must resonate in the solutions that we prefer. We have also seen in the course of this convening that women's rights are grossly impacted by mining activities, and that when we go the route of green energy, where more mining will be done in West Africa, that there will be greater aggravation of the violation of their rights, and that we need to pay real concerted focus to that. We've noted that there is a need for synergy across all West African countries, and therefore the call for there to be a West African Federation of Mining Host Communities, which I agree with. And you will recall at the last Indaba that I had actually advocated for that, and I had hoped that by this Indaba that we would have a larger conversation. I think that we have sown the seed for the conversation around the Federation to begin, and that it will now begin. Now I see that my screen is frozen. Can you still hear me in the room? I think not. So I'm going to try to turn off my camera if it's going to help. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, for those online, I know you can hear me, but then I think the challenge is for those in the room, their internet went out. And so we're just going to have to wait for them to come back online. Bumi, did I hear your voice?
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
You can hear me now. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so I was saying that I'm not sure where you heard last, but then that a very interesting thing that continued to resonate, and particularly today, yesterday and today, was the theme around gender and how women, particularly when we talk about gender, we always think about women, but then of course that there are men in this dynamic as well, and we must think of the impact that women make up roughly half of society. And when half of society have their rights violated, then the rights of everyone is violated. Worse still, that women are usually, in most societies, primary caregivers. And so where their rights are impacted, the rights of their children are impacted. And we're talking about 75% of society. And so therefore, we all must think that if we're allowing 75% of society's rights to be violated, that we have a lot of work to do. And so gender was a recurring theme, and we thought around what needs to be done around gender. We also thought about how do we ensure effective representation. For the online group, one of the things we spoke about was how we may raise awareness all we want to amongst women on what their rights are, but where they do not have power, that knowledge becomes powerless knowledge. But one of the things we also spoke about was effective representation. How do we ensure that first women are represented in Miremcos? In Nigeria, we call them Miremcos, but then across West Africa, we have different forms of mining advisory committees to the ministers of solid minerals, or the minister of extractives in these countries. How do we also ensure at the ECOWAS level that the issues of protection of gender issues are introduced into the mining directive, and that we need to ask for a reform of the mining directives, also thinking about energy transition and how that affects communities across West Africa. We spoke about educating representative legislators, parliamentarians, people who represent mining host communities, and in that way empowering them to speak about the issues that their communities are confronted with. That in a nutshell were the things that percolated in our conversations and across the room. But what are the most important things for us to do? If there are three core things we should do, and I really liked the contribution that Rexy had brought to the conversation when he said, look, we need to also ensure that we're engaging, we're democratizing this, by engaging more people online with the content that has come out from this Indaba, that we're sharing what has come out. And I think also documenting them, not just for online content, but also ensuring that for people who don't have access online, how do we take this down to the grassroots, to radio stations? How do we ensure that more people have access? Because in the rural areas, in a lot of places where mining goes on, when I go to those communities, I do not have access to the internet till I come out and I go to a neighboring town or that. And so, no, they're not going to see, as much as you think everybody has WhatsApp, there are a lot of people who still do not have smartphones in those communities. How do we, but then they get radio programs. How do we ensure that they at least have access to the radio? How do we ensure that they hear what we're saying, not just in Nigeria, but across West Africa? And how do we ensure that government, because somebody made the point and said, look, we're just as well preaching to the choir. A lot of people in the room are from civil society, a lot of people are from mining host communities, but the people who need to hear our government, how do we ensure that they hear? We will be sending the documents of the from the Indaba to all ministers of all extractive ministers across West Africa to ensure that they have copies. And yes, we will be engaging them on the outcomes. So that's where we are right now, Edusa. I think that the next thing that we were meant to talk about is the communique. So they will present the communique as they have it now for people to add their thoughts to it. And then we will close. It's almost 3 p.m. And I'm sure people are probably hungry as well. Yes, Adosa?
I said it's 1:46 p.m. in Nigeria. 1:46.
1:46. Oh, I'm sorry. I have gone to South Africa. I'm mentally in South Africa today. I've got stuff going on. Huh?
You can promote me and get.
So we put up a communique now for everybody to just see. We just rattle through it, and then
All right. Sounds good. But I would say that the conversation has been good. I would say that we also need to be patient with ourselves. I have a lot of impatience in my bones. I was born that way. I was born 5 a.m. on Monday morning, and it still shows up all the time. But I think that we do need to be patient with ourselves. We have some really good, really strong points that if we deepen and strengthen and we think deeper about, that we have a long way to go. We have enough fodder to run on and achieve something meaningful for our communities. So thank you, everyone. I will be quiet now.
Thank you very much, Abby. Please let's just applaud Abby for the intervention. Okay, so we will just rattle through the communique, all right? But this a smaller team is being set up now that we take up some of the inputs or that will come from you all to go prepare the final communique over the weekend. So as early as Monday, Tuesday, communique is ready to go out, all right? So we just run through it, just see what we are presenting, the first draft, and then if you have any input, we'll come and we just quickly talk about it. We'll all note it down, and then that team will go on with it. All right, so please, let's put up the communique. Let's see. Is that coming up? Okay, great. Okay. I will have to step down here and use the mic there. Thank you. All right. Yeah, it's fine. I think we can see. So just go down. We have the preamble. The preamble just give a background about the Indaba and the theme for the year. And then the convening, we affirm the status as a leading natural resource. That was too fast. Please go up a little. Let me just see that paragraph. Okay, status as a leading natural resource governance summit in the region. Okay. Deliberations at the summit underscore the challenges facing the solid mineral sector across West Africa and emphasize the urgent need to embed environmental protection, human rights standards, gender inclusion, and community agency at the heart of mining governance. Participants highlighted that without strong accountability frameworks, transparent sharing, benefit sharing, and priority for the principle of FPIC, the promise of green mining risk remaining a hollow slogan rather than a transformative practice. Totally agree. Please go down. Let's go to the body now. We have the identified, okay, the challenges identified by the by the stakeholders. Some of the key challenges. One, we have the weak legal and policy framework. That's one of the challenges that was highlighted. Please go down. Deficits in governance and oversight. Then the environmental harm and the absence of climate smart mining. That's one of the other challenges that was identified. Community exclusion and knowledge gaps in mineral governance, environmental and social harm. That's one of the challenges or the issues raised. Number 6, take number 6. Gender power and participation, that despite several gender actions, implementation has remained weak with little to no follow through. Okay, so women's involvement in mining related policy is still minimal. Okay, then we have economic shortfalls. Despite its potential, mining has not translated into broad-based prosperity, particularly for the host communities. All right, those are the challenges that we identify. Please just note if you have any other challenges you want us to add, so we take it up. Now go down. Now the key resolutions and recommendations from the Indaba. One, we talked about legal and institutional reform. Participants resolved that mining laws must be reviewed and rewritten to align with constitutional provisions, community rights, and international protocols. A National Minerals Council should be established to drive reforms with urgency and coherence. Contradictions between the Land Use Act and FPIC must be reconciled to guarantee genuine consent. At the same time, regulatory institutions must be strengthened, resourced, and insulated from corruption and political capture to ensure fair implementation. So I think this properly captured one of the main resolutions we are going at from here. Just to quickly say at this point to our French speaker that we are going to translate this into French language as well and other languages we have within the West African sub-region, so everyone can get the communique. Then the second key resolution or recommendation is to institutionalize community rights and FPIC. The Indaba reaffirmed that FPIC must be recognized as not as a one-off event, but as a continuous process spanning the entire mining life cycle, from licensing to agreements, monitoring, and eventual exit. Community representation in these processes must be broad-based, with women, youth, and vulnerable groups participating at the highest levels of decision-making. CDAs should be transparent, widely published, and accessible in local languages and visual formats, ensuring accountability and community ownership. The third resolution recommendation is harnessing technology for transparency and accountability. The Indaba emphasized the urgent need to leverage technology to strengthen governance in the mining sector. A central recommendation was the establishment of a real-time, publicly accessible mining cadastral portal that will allow citizens, communities, and investors to track licenses, monitor compliance, and hold both companies and regulators accountable. Such a portal will curb multiple and conflicting license issuance, reduce opportunities for corruption, and enhance trust between stakeholders. Participants further stressed that digital monitoring tools should be deployed to combat smuggling, illegal mining, and environmental violations, ensuring that transparency becomes the foundation of extractive sector governance. Resolution number 4, advancing green and climate smart mining practices. Participants resolve that environmental protection must be placed at the center of mining governance. This includes the urgent adoption and enforcement of climate smart mining standards. The focus must shift from critical minerals to green and transitional minerals that reduce the environmental loss, or minerals that reduce the environmental loss. Sorry about that. Importantly, governments must support not just large mining companies, but also artisanal miners, ensuring they are included in the transition to more sustainable practices. Resolution number 5, economic diversification and value addition. Please go down. To unlock the developmental potential of mining, countries must invest in refining and processing minerals locally, thereby creating jobs and boosting revenue. The establishment of training centers for miners, along with vocational programs for women and youth, is essential to expand economic inclusion. Enforcing in-country processing quotas and building stronger industrial linkages will help reduce dependence on raw exports, while ensuring communities benefit from the full value of their resources. Resolution number 6, environmental protection, green mining, and climate justice. Recognizing the destructive impact of mining on land, livelihoods, and health, the Indaba resolved that climate smart and green mining standards must be adopted and strictly enforced. Effective grievance redress mechanisms should be established for displaced and affected communities, while urgent action is needed to remediate mercury contamination and land degradation. To protect those who hold powerful interests to account, risk funds and protective alliances should be created for community defenders and environmental activists. Participants further stress that environmental standards must be tied to justice in the ongoing energy transition, ensuring that the shift to clean energy does not reproduce patterns of exploitation or sacrifice host communities for global demand. Strong safeguards, stricter enforcement, and justice-centered green mining practices are therefore critical to addressing environmental pollution, advancing equity, and ensuring that communities are adequately protected. Resolution number 7, community agency and civil society support. Participants emphasize that mining benefits and ends with communities. Mining begins and ends with communities. Knowledge transfer and rights awareness must be strengthened so that host communities can resist exploitation and demand long-term development rather than short-term inducements. CSOs should be supported to sustain advocacy, community organizing, and technical assistance at the grassroots level. Beyond basic amenities such as toilets and boreholes, communities should be empowered to attract advanced technologies and build both hard and soft skills for sustainable growth. Women and youth network must also be expanded and empowered to amplify marginalized voices, demand accountability, and strengthen community agency in all mining-related decisions. Resolution 8, building synergy and collective power. The Indaba underscored that no single actor can reform the mining sector. That was too fast. No single actor can reform the mining sector in isolation. Host communities, civil society, and private sector actors must work together to create collective power and a united front for justice-centered mining. Participants resolve that stronger synergy is required across all levels, ensuring that reforms are not fragmented, but driven by shared responsibility and coordinated action. A call for the West African Federation of Mining Host Communities was also reiterated as coming together as partners will not only amplify impact, but also build trust among stakeholders. Resolution number 9, urgent legislative and governance reforms. A clear timeline and structure for legislative reforms were demanded, with participants calling for the following specific action. Action 1, a new solid minerals reform must be passed within the next 12 months. A National Minerals Development Council should be created, chaired at the highest political level to drive reforms with speed and coherence. The government must prioritize passing the Nigerian Minerals and Mining Acts Amendment Bill 2023. Strategic investments must be made in value-added processing, mining to ensure mineral wealth benefits the national economy. Yes, is that all? Okay, go down. Let me see. We have 10 with strengthening accountability. 11 is, let me see point number 11. Point number 11, leveraging media for advocacy and accountability. Resolution 12 is gender mainstreaming and inclusion. Go to 13, recognition and formalization of artisanal mining. Participants stress that artisanal mining should not be equated with illegal mining. Artisanal and small-scale miners are vital contributors to local economies, and with proper support, training, and integration into formal value chains, they can become key partners in promoting sustainable and inclusive mining. Yes, please go down. Other recommendations we have to include religious leaders alongside traditional leaders in Indaba, establish work stream after the Indaba to ensure follow-up. Okay, no, these are not part of the communique, right? These are just other commissions for our taking forward. All right, let's go to the conclusion. The Indaba reaffirmed that West Africa's extractive resources are a shared heritage that must serve present and future generations, not powerful interests alone. Addressing the structural challenges in the mining sector demands both reforms, justice-centered policies, transparent governance, and the recognition of host communities as equal partners in decision-making. Participants emphasized that the path forward requires collective actions. Governments, the private sector, civil society, development partners must urgently adopt these resolutions and work in synergy, placing indigenous people and regional and national development at the center rather than catering to foreign investors who often arrive as exploiters. Okay, so this is the communique, the zero draft of the communique. And as I said, we are going to, by the time we finalize it, we'll make a language version of it for all the languages, major languages in West Africa. But having looked at this document, as we're going through, if there was an important resolution that came out from here, you think was not captured, we will take one or two, and then we will ask other people to please just put it down in paper. We will just collate it and give it to that 4 or 5 member team we are setting up now to look at it and work on it between now and Monday. So we'll have the final draft. Okay, we'll take just 1, 2. Okay, please give the mic. Come. Give the mic to. I see you. I'll come to you. Give the mic to Mr. Dillon.
Thank you very much, and I want to actually appreciate our communique team for coming up with all those issues. Please, can you go back to communique number 10? There's a bullet point there.
Resolution?
Yes, resolution number 10.
Okay, please go to resolution 10.
Yeah. There is one bullet point talking about the creation of Mineral Council, Mine Development Council. I just want to observe, is it 9? Is it under 9? Okay, maybe it's under 9. Maybe it's under 9. Yes. That bullet point number 2. Yeah, National Minerals Development Council. I think instead of saying that to be created, we can just say to be reinvigorated. In 2016, a National Mining and Mineral Development Council was established.
2016.
And it was an annual event since the days of Dr. Fayemi. It was the first and the second editions that were well attended. What we discovered at that council was that the state, because it is a forum that was established to bridge the gaps between the federal, state, and local governments in terms of mineral governance. It was also a forum set up to review policies and come up with new policies that will address all issues and concerns across the tiers of government. But we discovered that somewhere along the line, state government will just send non-executive representation. Maybe one PA to the SSA will come. People that does not even have access to the decision-making body in the states. They just attend as a jamboree and they go. So I think instead of saying we should create, there's already one. I think it was the last one that was not held. Yes, the national one was not held last year. Yes. So since that 2016, beside the years of COVID, it is an annual event. So instead of saying we should create, there's one already. I think we should just talk about reinvigorating. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dele. Yeah, I'll come to give it to the lady at the back there.
Thank you, everyone. Just to make my observations concerning the omission of the need, which we had mentioned in group 2 here, the need for the West African countries who haven't prior to now enacted the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. You know, that document is holistic, and it spells out the respect, right? Yeah. Obligation of the states and all of that to respect human rights, CSR and all of that. So just 3 countries are already, as we discussed earlier, have enacted, and the others, or some other countries are in the process of, and while others are still maybe sleeping or considering, I think there's need for us to urge them to do that. And then we thought that we should also have a regional wide protocol on business. Just all of us held accountable and be on the same page. So I think it's very essential that we capture this in this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I see that during that solution lab, some of the ideas that were coming up were put in a particular place, which will not be made to be part of the full communique. The way it was put there was just on its own. That was why I skipped it at the time. So those other thoughts will not be made. That's why that technical team will have to look at how to give language to those points and make it part of the communique. Madam Wadishi.
Thank you very much. Just an observation under item 9. Those legislative and legal reforms are just talking about Nigeria. Perhaps we could also cite some from our colleagues from the other West African countries so that it gives a picture of the West African Indaba. The people who are going to finalize this would have to maybe look at relevant West Africa-wide frameworks that are available that we can ask for, and maybe country-specific laws that, like we have mentioned, the Nigerian one, to just give it that all-encompassing West African picture of what is happening.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I have Engineer Oka.
Mine is just an observation, where we are saying must, where we're writing must. I think we should look at it civilly. Don't let us just ask, because we might be taken as not serious-minded people. Because if you now tell government that this is what they should do, the word must, I think should be changed with, yes, that should be
okay.
In placement, please. We are not military men. Those are the people who use that must.
Well, I think must is like a demand.
No,
and then should is like a request.
Yes.
So they are the 2 things, right? So we now want to agree, are we requesting or we are demanding?
No.
Okay, so, your point is well noted, sir. I think the other team that is to work further in the communique will look at all these points.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, I will take just one more in the room. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me just take this 2 more. One minute. Start with him. I'm coming to you. Just take this male and this female. Yes.
Please, point 6, which you read, but it's like the meaning wasn't clear. There was a point in that point 6 recommendation that says that.
Can you go to that point 6 again? Thank you. Can you bring it up, point 6? Okay, you can go on with your thoughts.
Okay, so that point reads that to protect those who hold powerful interest to accounts. To protect those.
Yes.
How do you protect them?
So to protect those who are holding powerful interest to account, like
so I was thinking that it can be a straightforward statement to hold to account those who hold powerful interests, rather than protecting them.
So what he's saying is, for example, if you are the one holding those big companies to account, you should be protected.
Okay.
You get it, right?
Okay.
And that was why I had to read it the 3 times at that time for everybody to get what they are trying to say there. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So my contribution is speaks to the challenge of knowledge gap. And I heard Edosa read it when he was presenting our recommendations for Group 1, but it wasn't so clear because I'm sure. So that point was about bridging the gap between the gown and the struggle.
Between?
The gown and the struggle.
What's the gown and the struggle?
We're talking about university, schooling system, academic, and then what is actually going on inside the communities. And I was suggesting that how we can do this is to create courses, design courses that speak to these issues. Because the issue of mining extractivism is multi-sectorial and is multidisciplinary as well. So in the various faculties and departments that are in these universities, we can begin to look at the curriculum. Academics and all CSOs can look at the curriculum and see if they capture these issues. And where they don't, we begin to recommend courses that will speak to these issues. Because if you notice very well, when you see students that are very active in SUG, you see them also very active in politics when they graduate or even when they're in school. And so if we have students that are exposed to these issues through the curriculum, they become very active even while in school and when they're outside of school.
Right.
And in addition, we have clubs also that speak to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, please, can we give ourselves a resounding round of applause? I'm not hearing the resounding. I say resounding. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the small thing that is being set up, you will get a message and then we'll just quickly discuss so that we'll see how we worked on this between now and Monday. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Indaba started on Wednesday morning and it is time. Okay, just before we go to the closing, to take the closing remark. A lot of things have been said here, and some responsibility were placed on the tables of our traditional leaders. And so I will pass the mic around in one minute. I want to hear commitments from traditional rulers as well in the house. Let me use Nigerian language. How do we go from here? How far? So I'll pass the mic around. We'll just say 1 minute for traditional rulers. I want to get commitments from them as well. Should we do that? Okay, thank you. I will pass the mic around myself.
Yeah, first of all, I'll say thank you for recognizing the traditional leaders in these ways to resolve or eliminate the challenges we face in terms of the issues each one of us face in our communities. When I attended this program, 2023, I have taken steps, and this current program is a follow-up knowledge because I had a big gap in the knowledge of mining. My first experience there was when I knew about mining. So I've taken steps, even as at yesterday, I have a company who has a gas pipeline, and there are, rules of distance between the gas pipeline and where the mining is being carried out. But all the miners have, they've not complied to the extent that it has endangered this pipeline. So there's a lot of knowledge gap, as we have identified in my community. And from these events, I've gathered more knowledge, and I've been able to liaise with one or two people around here, and where I will go to ask for support in terms of all the NGOs that will support me and my community to achieve the set goals that we are looking at today. Thank you.
Is it? My name is His Royal Majesty is Dr. Oyinbe Cosmas Nemeka Agwu, JP, and the Chekuma 4 of Opposite Kingdom in Ebonyi State. This has been a wonderful organization. This is my first time to attend. And when I was invited, I was just very surprised to attend global rights lectures. In fact, I didn't want to say much since I came because of some circumstances. But notwithstanding, in my own locality, I was just discussing with my ex-commissioner for mineral resources that is present here, that we have many solid minerals in my community. But unfortunately, nobody is going to excavate anything there. And I don't know why. I even told him yesterday that we have petroleum, we have leads. I also suspect a place that we have gold in my place. I am asking and requesting from the global rights that I should send somebody to my community for them to explore many minerals. And I'm ready to assist. Even though some people are saying the traditional rulers are corrupt, we are not corrupt. We are under the government of the day, and we cannot do anything without their permission. We can never. Sometimes they don't even give us anything. I mean, the people doing the mining, they don't give us anything, and we cooperate with them. And just a minute, you see, the traditional rulers in the East is not as good as that of the traditional rulers from the Yorubas and the Demins, because they are almost autonomous. We are solely under the government. So what I'm saying exactly is that the global rights, they have established this forum. I believe and I urge them to make the participants permanent members. Because if you make them permanent members, it will enable everybody to have the knowledge. But if you continue changing them every other year, you are holding the meeting, it will not give us the ability to understand what is actually going on in some states. So we are thanking you for your fat food you have given to us, for your fat accommodation you have given to us, for everything you have given to us. We are much grateful. Thank you, and God bless you. Yes. We are getting commitments now from traditional rulers.
A lot have been said since we came in, and a lot of responsibility falls on the table. As we go from here now, what commitments do you want to make to all of us?
Thank you. I think the powers of the traditional rulers are limited when it comes to these mining issues. Really, the most you can do is give consent, which is very paramount. And I can't see a traditional ruler giving consent. But, well, in the Yoruba parlance, Oba Alunile, the king owns the land. But you see, honestly, I have learned not to fool myself. It is just God owns the land. Yeah, because the land that I own stops where my family land stops. Because my family doesn't make the community. I don't think my family owns 25. I have 26 villages where we're fighting. We have a boundary battle with one of them, which is between us and Ileife, which should be, it should normally be my 26th village. My family doesn't own 26 villages. So there's a limit to what I can say when it comes to land ownership and giving consent. However, the law gives me the power to still sign these consent forms. So what I tend to do is, because I have what you call bales and chiefs on all of my lands. So I tend to bring them on board. Like the first and the one I really signed, I signed for the community. So even haven't signed, the license we were given covered about 40 square kilometers, which is 200 cadastrals. My family doesn't own 40 square kilometers. So I signed the one that belongs to my family. I called the bales from the other villages. Though they're under me, I was one that appointed them, but I still have to give them their powers and give them the accolades that, look, this mining we want to do, though it's on behalf of Atori Mining Community, which is a company we formed. I proposed it, I called them, we formed the company, we applied for the license, we got it. So it's you see, carrying them along. That's exactly what Dr. Ayonleke was saying, the president of the Miners Association. Going bottoms up. Like I said yesterday, I learned that from the former governor of Ondo State. He goes to the community when he wants to do a project. He talks to the chiefs, he talks to the people, and he finds out, do you really want a town hall? Do you really want a health center? Or do you really want your roads done? So they prioritize. So it's what most of the community wants that he did. That was when he was governor of Ondo State. I worked with him a little bit, so I enjoyed that. I learned that from him. So the same thing I'm trying to do in my community. Before I take a decision, I tend to make it bottoms up. This CDA thing, do we really need a health center we have? We tick the boxes to know exactly what we want. Commitment, yes. For every traditional ruler you found there, you will see that they must be committed to these course, really. Otherwise, we won't be here in the first place. And number two, I haven't sat down with the Emir of Guzo. I haven't sat down with the Crown Prince from Momina and my brothers here. I found out that we have similar issues. Those issues are not, they're not local to Yoruba land, Hausa land, or Igbo land. It's the same problem we have. And it's so ironic that that problem now goes all the way to the West Coast. I mean, I was here when someone came from Guinea, Conakry. I saw the video from Guinea, Conakry. I saw the video from Ogoniland, which was very, very pathetic. We had issues from Ghana. We had issues from the West Coast. So I just found out that all these things are they're not alien to or just left to it. It's a shared problem. So we're committed to this. With the last drop of my blood, we'll make sure we get this thing, this free, prior, and informed consent as we're trying to contextualize it. And then we hope that going forward, all those things you've mentioned in the communique will be put to. It wouldn't be like I said. Now I know it's not a talking shop. I asked that question last year. I said, are we sure we're not just having a talking shop? Are we serious about these things? And with the caliber of people I've seen, with the kind of exchange of ideas and getting even involved more traditional rulers and all that, I can see that we're not just, it's not a talking shop. Our word will be heard. Whatever we want to say will be heard. They will hear us. Thank you.
Lastly, Rakadede.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the Global Rights for giving us this opportunity to participate in this workshop. Since Wednesday, I've been communicating with His Royal Highness, the Emir of Mina. He has given me assurance that as traditional leader or traditional leaders, he's going to talk to the state governor, and he has assured me that I should let the global rights advocate that he has committed himself on leading them to the state government to talk to them on how to sensitize his people. That's one of the commitments he has assured me, and he said I should let the global rights advocate know that once the workshop is over, one of the global rights advocates in the name of Habib Mushishi, that he has assured us that whenever he's in Mina, that we should come to the palace and we should brief him more. And personally, he's going to take charge of seeing the governor on acting on the assurance of the miners community of his own community. Yes, so that's one of the assurance I'm going to make. Yes.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will give the housekeeping announcement after, at this point, I'm very glad as we close to unleash to you the Executive Director of Global Rights, Ms. Abiodun Bayero, as she gives the closing remarks for today. Abi, you are unleashed.
I don't know about being unleashed. I was never put in a leash. I am one of the freest women in the history of women. I don't take for granted the privileges I've enjoyed. I've enjoyed being treated equally in a home where equity was important and that your gender did not dictate your future. And I've also had the benefit of a very rich career in which I was not hindered by my gender. For me to foray into mining, even when it's for the protection of mining host communities, also tells you that I have enjoyed privilege and not, I've not been leashed. So there's no unleashing of Abby anywhere. But I come to you humbled. I come to you thankful. I come to you with a lot more thoughts and my shoulders feeling heavier because all I've heard today is there's a lot more to be done. There's work. One of the things I regret the most about this year's Indaba is my inability to be physically with you. I did everything possible to make sure that I'm able to be there, but unfortunately, I've been constrained to engaging online with you. But I thank you all for your participation this year. There was not a person who just participated, it was active participation. The anticipation straight up from the first day on the 22nd, on Monday, where we explored a just energy transition with Charlize from Rights and Development, leading us through thinking through what a just energy transition will mean for West Africa, to Dr. Oji's very, very powerful charge to us and demand for inclusion and equity in the sector, to every single conversation that has gone on in this room. And a few minutes ago, about an hour ago, I tried to summarize that. that we've had a very rich conversation. The side conversations, the conversations over lunch, the conversations after each session, conversations even amongst online participants. And we must thank the online participants. When we started out on the first day, we had about 60 online participants. On Monday, there were more than 90 people that showed up at different segments of the time for the Just Energy Transition conversation. And of course, that there are more than 100 people in the room. And I've stayed through 3 straight days, paying attention and giving their best to a West Africa that works. Our history is one that is being very painful each time I recall as West Africans, from the way we were colonized and the best of our assets looted, to the current trajectory where again there's neo-colonization of our minerals under the guise of green energy, or green mining, as they also like to call it. But that we're not a tragic people. We're very resilient people. Some of the most resilient people in the world are West Africans, and the rest of Africa respects us for that. And that we must continue our spate of leadership, and that we must take the high grounds of ECOWAS. I want every single person in the room today to congratulate themselves for what we've been able to achieve. They may seem baby steps, they may seem tentative propositions, but that we are moving in the right direction. I'd like to thank the staff at Global Rights that have worked tirelessly to ensure this, even on weekends sometimes. Everyone knows how I advocate against weekend work, but these are people who day and night are sending me mails at 11 p.m. Because they really just need to get something done, and that I'm grateful for every single one of you. Thank you, Edosa. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Bumi. Thank you, Yinka. Thank you, Winifred. Thank you, AJ. AJ, the star of the moment. And there's a young lady that has been quiet largely, but then has carried the bulk of the work for this conference. Thank you, Blessing. Thank you, even for Noya, for Dami, for the newer guys as well that have joined, the interns, Mohammed, every single person. And please forgive me if I didn't call your name. It wasn't intentional. This would be me calling out the names of 18 people serially and trying to remember every single one of them. Thank you, Josephine. This is also a very difficult time for you, but you show up and you give your best every single day. I recognize, I see, I appreciate. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank our royal fathers, and forgive me for thanking Global Rights staff first, but these guys, they put in their best every day and they make it possible. Thank you to our royal fathers who are in the room. Thank you very much for rising to the occasion and showing up and showing leadership. Thank you for every representative of government that has also shown up in the room. Thank you for every leader of civil society that has also shown up in the room. Thank you for every representative of mining host community that has shown up. Let me especially thank the co-chairs of the Federation of Nigerian Mining Host Community that continue to show up every time we call on them. I'd like to thank them particularly and thank all members of the steering committee of the Federation of Mining Host Community who also continue to show up. Thank you, Mr. Kotokoshi. Thank you, my dear friend Redzi. Thank you so much, Dr. Okezie. I'm not sure if Dr. Okezie is in the room right now, but thank you so much to every single one of you. Thank you, Oga Ibrahim. You know that my heart is with you. Thank you so much. Thank you as well to our delegates from Kogi State. Thank you, Mr. Adedeji. Your work is seen. It is powerful. It's strong. I'm sorry. I will not call every single member of the Federation or the steering committee of the Federation. I'd like to thank our cousins from across the borders, our friends from Guinea, from Ghana, from Senegal, from Sierra Leone, from Cote d'Ivoire, from Togo, from Benin. Special thanks to the co-chair of the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability, who has stayed with us from the beginning to the end. And as you know, the antecedents for the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability also started in a meeting like this, where global rights had said we cannot continue as Africans to tolerate these issues indefinitely. We need to come together as civil society, and we've since then grown. I used to be co-chair, and I'm so glad that we have people like Rachel leading the charge at the African Coalition for Corporate Accountability. I'd like to thank very specially Honorable Gaza, who is a very unusual public officer. He's not in the room, his representatives are not in the room, but I hope that somebody will carry my voice to him. Honorable Gaza Gwefi is the chair of the House of Reps Committee on Solid Minerals. And I see the servant heart in him, a heart to serve mining host communities, to improve the rights of mining host communities, to the living conditions, the development of mining host communities. And it's very rare for me to publicly call on a public officer and say that, sir, you are doing well. I'd like to thank him. I'd like to thank very specially people and organizations who have also donated and supported this course. I'd like to thank, while she's not on this call, our former Director of Natural Resource Governance, Ling Debroke. Ling has continued to support our work at Global Rights, in spite of the fact that Ling left Global Rights roughly 13 years ago or 12 years ago. But she continues to support our work. She continues to support initiatives, anything to protect the rights of mining host communities. Ling is at the forefront, and we're grateful to her. We're grateful to our friends at ASEP in Ghana. Thank you so much for your continued support. Of course, my dear brother, Mr. Sam Danse of ISODEC. ISODEC has continued to be a strong supporter of global rights work, and especially of the mining host communities in Indaba. Sam, we're grateful to you. We're grateful to your team. We're grateful, Dorcas, for the work that you do every day and for the great support. And we will be seeing you in Ghana next month as well for your conference. Especially like to thank Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation has continued to support this work, has also continued to support the mining host communities in Indaba over the 5 iterations that we have had of it. It costs a lot to put together these conferences. It costs a lot, not just in terms of money. It costs a lot in terms of the year of the work around communities, around the sub-region, all year to accumulate in this single 3-day meeting. It costs a lot. Ford Foundation continues to support that. They also continue to give technical and moral support. I thank Mr. Emmanuel Kuyole, who has been our program officer for a while. I thank the previous program officers as well. I thank Joy, who has been a great support of our work as well at Ford Foundation. Joseph Jitari in Kenya, now back in Kenya, was the first person who recognized the strength of the work that we were trying to achieve with mining host communities, and he gave that support. And so, Joseph, if you see this video, I'm saying thank you to you. I would like also to thank every single person who was presented during the Indaba, who I thank for all the people who made their exhibitions. Thank you as well for adding your voices, the mining host communities. Thank you for those who share their documentaries. Thank you for those who presented in sessions. And if I've not mentioned you, it's not because I don't want to thank you. I'd like you to thank yourself. And so on this note, I'd like for us to rise and give ourselves a resounding round of applause. And as we applaud, I declare this meeting closed. Thank you, and I wish you a safe journey onward. Have a wonderful, restful weekend. And may West Africa be restored to its glory in our time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abiodun Bayero, Executive Director, Global Rights. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, housekeeping before we go. One, if you stay with your, okay, thank you for stopping the recording. If you stay with your boarding passes or your other reimbursables for your travels, please